Chapter 494, 50,000 kilograms. Lin Feng remembered that in the original novel, this was a weight that only a god could lift. Although this data was only for reference and didn't mean much in practice, Lin Feng was able to reach this level, which proved his strength. At this moment, a voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Exceeding expectations, the candidate successfully lifted the heavy silver pillar and displayed extraordinary strength. His body has been strengthened to the maximum. The third test, tidal body refinement, was completed ahead of schedule and exceeded expectations. Sea God affinity increased by 20%. Current Sea God affinity is 30%. The reward this time was the same as the second test. It was also Lin Feng's Sea God affinity. He blocked it and put it together. At this moment, the huge wave stopped. Everyone stopped their test and came to the shore. Even Po Zidi came to the shore, her face full of shock. Head Consecrator, what's going on with Brother Feng? Why did the wave stop the moment he picked up the pillar? Tang San panted and asked in a deep voice. The others also looked over. They were also very curious about this question. He finished the test ahead of schedule after lifting the pillar, so the wave stopped for a short time, Po Zidi said. Until now, she still didn't understand how Lin Feng could be so strong. This was too abnormal. It was simply ridiculous. A soul master who looked like he was in his 20s could lift the heavy silver pillar. It was too ridiculous. So that's how it is. Brother Feng is really strong. Everyone sighed. Because they didn't know how heavy the heavy silver pillar was, they didn't realize what it meant to move it. They only knew that Lin Feng was strong. At this moment, Lin Feng completed the test. He didn't stay on the pillar for long. Instead, he jumped lightly and landed in front of everyone. Lin Feng, you are really a magical soul master. You can actually move the heavy silver pillar. That's too shocking. Although Lin Feng was so mysterious that even Bai Saishi was surprised, she didn't want to find out more about it. To her and all the soul masters on the Sea God's Island, Lin Feng was the successor of the Sea God. Furthermore, he was the kind of successor that the Sea God had personally chosen. With this identity, Poseidon and the others trusted Lin Feng unconditionally. As long as he didn't do anything stupid like going against the Sea God, they wouldn't care too much. Therefore, no matter how mysterious Lin Feng was or how outrageous his actions were, Poseidon would not ask about it. I was just lucky. I suddenly had a feeling that I could move this pillar, and then it was as if the Sea God had bestowed me with power. In the end, I succeeded and also successfully completed the third test. Lin Feng said with a smile. It was an excuse that Poseidon might not have believed, but that was not important. The important thing was that he said it. In this way, this matter was settled. Whether it was Poseidon or Tang San, they understood the whole story and wouldn't ask any more questions. The Sea God bestowed power. Feng Ge, you're too lucky. If I were blessed too, how good would that be? Ning Rongrong immediately said. Her face was full of envy. She probably believed Lin Feng's words. Xiao Wu and Tang San didn't believe Lin Feng's words at all. They had been with him for a long time and could roughly tell which of Lin Feng's words were true and which were false. It was obvious that what he said just now was false, so they just took it for granted. Forget it. Bless you? I think it's more appropriate to bless me. Ma Hongjun laughed. Ning Rongrong didn't refute. She just snorted coldly. Fatty, when I enhance in the future, I won't care about you. I'll let you play by yourself. Don't, Rongrong. Ma Hongjun's face immediately changed. I said the wrong thing just now. The Sea God will definitely bless you and let you pass the test in advance. It's too late. You can tell that to the Sea God. Ning Rongrong was not moved at all. Ma Hongjun was speechless. Fatty had a bad mouth. He would bicker with others every day. Most of the time, it was Oscar. However, there was also a lot of time for others. After all, this guy's mouth was too foul. He talked too much and often got beaten up. At this time, Poseidon said, Lin Feng, congratulations on passing the third test. Now you have two choices. The first is to start the fourth test immediately. The second is to rest. You can come back for the fourth test whenever you want within a year. I choose the second option. Lin Feng said without hesitation. Very good. Poseidon said, I will be here for a year. You can come and find me anytime. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Soon, he said to the others, I have passed the third test. I'm going to walk around the island. You guys can continue to stay here and pass the test. When you all pass, we will go to the fourth test together. Okay, Fengge. Everyone agreed. Lin Feng didn't waste any more time and left the place. After Lin Feng left, everyone took some time to recuperate. After that, they continued with their days of tidal body refinement. Lin Feng did not leave the sea god's island immediately. Instead, he went to the island within the island and continued to climb the stairs. Although the third test was very stressful, it did not give him any experience points. This made Lin Feng very unhappy. So, he returned to the sea god's light to squeeze himself dry and gain experience points. However, as his strength increased, the pressure of the sea god's light did not have much effect on him. Of course, this effect was still there before he reached the top. Just like that, Lin Feng began his plan to climb the tower. This was not the whole plan. It was just one of the plans. Lin Feng would go and find the deep-sea demon whale king in the future. In addition, he would return to Heaven Do City from time to time to control the development of the situation. When he fought with BB Dong in Martial Spirit City, that guy's strength increased very quickly. Although he did not know the specific strength, compared to the original book, it was definitely a big change. Lin Feng was worried that BB Dong might become a god earlier. If that was the case, things would be a little complicated. So, Lin Feng had to increase his strength by another level before BB Dong became a god. At that time, even if she really became a god, Lin Feng would not be afraid. Just like that, as time passed, Lin Feng's experience points increased slowly. He did not stop his plan to find the deep-sea demon whale king, but it seemed that this whale was not destined to die yet. He still could not find it. There was even one time when he brought Tang San with him, but the result was the same. They couldn't find the whale at all. However, Lin Feng did not give up. After all, the deep-sea demon whale king was too attractive to him. Even if he could not find it, he would keep looking. Just like that, 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, nothing major happened in the Martial Spirit Alliance. Everything went on as usual, especially these monthly tests. Lin Feng participated in them personally and earned a total of 1 billion experience points. Including the experience points he got from the Sea God's Light, he had a total of 6 billion experience points. As long as he got one. For a billion more, he would be able to get another 1 million year soul ring. After talking about himself, let's talk about the others. In these 6 months, except for Tang San, everyone had passed the third test. Their rewards weren't something like Sea God Affinity. Instead, they were actual soul power ranks and the age of their soul rings. Speaking of which, the rewards for the third and second tests were the same. Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and the others were all rank 1 soul power and 500 years of soul ring age. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the others were all rank 1 soul power and 1,000 years of soul ring age. As for Xue Qinghe, although he did not get a reward in the end, his soul power rank had already reached rank 79 due to the tempering. Not only him, at this moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu had reached rank 79. They were only a step away from breaking through to Soul Douluo. Because they did not have the immortal medicine, their cultivation began to hit a bottleneck. This time, they had been stuck at rank 79 for a while. Next was Daimu Bai. He was rank 74 now and was very powerful. As for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, they were both rank 73. Like Daimu Bai, they were holding a god-bestowed soul ring in their hands. The soul rings on their bodies were very simple. Of course, they were obtained by Lin Feng when he brought them to hunt soul beasts. Finally, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were rank 69 and rank 68 respectively. They were still some time away from becoming soul sages. However, after they reached rank 70, Lin Feng would also help them find suitable older soul beasts. At that time, relying on the age of their soul beasts, they would quickly reach rank 73 like Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Of course, the most important thing to them now was not their soul power rank, but the age of their soul rings. This was because their soul power rank could be achieved through cultivation in the future. As for the age of their soul rings, it was not something that soul masters could change. Only the power of God could increase the age of their soul rings. But now, with the rewards from the second and third exams added together, everyone's soul rings were all purple, and the yellow soul rings could no longer be seen. This was undoubtedly a huge improvement for everyone. Like Lin Feng, everyone returned to the sea god's light and started to climb stairs. They used this to train themselves and quickly squeeze out their potential. At the same time, everyone was looking forward to the fourth test. They wanted to see what kind of rewards there would be. At this time, in the raging waves' despair, only Tang San was holding on in the tide. After half a year, his control of his soul power had become better and better. Because the surging waves didn't have a fixed shape, every impact was a completely different experience. In order to completely resist them, Tang San continuously used his soul power to disperse and resist them. It was not only him. After passing the third test, everyone's control of their soul power had increased rapidly. In addition to their control, their cultivation ability had also been strengthened. After all, after everyone adapted for a period of time, they had to lie on the pillars all day long to receive the impact. Under such circumstances, if they did not continuously recover their soul power, they would not have been able to hold on for so long. That's right, this kind of tidal impact also had the effect of strengthening one's spiritual power. Although the effect was not very strong, after such a long time, the effect was still considerable. Especially at this time, Tang San's mysterious heaven technique had been spontaneously used, intertwining with his soul power control. Even his spiritual sea was trembling. Suddenly, the sun rose. The white horizon and the sea formed a line, looking extremely beautiful. Tang San did not have the time to appreciate the beautiful scenery. Instead, he was fully focused on capturing the purple gas that flashed across the sky. Tang San would do this kind of thing every day. He had never slacked off on his cultivation of the purple demon eyes. This time, when he absorbed the purple gas with his eyes as usual, there was a sudden rumble in his mind. The spiritual power in his mind exploded and began to develop in the direction of the sea. In just a short breath, the spiritual power in Tang San's mind turned into a huge spiritual sea. Tang San knew that his spiritual power had broken through. Along with it, his purple demon eyes had also reached the highest level. He could see the islands at the edge of the sea with his eyes. He could even see the leaves and birds on the islands. With a sweep of his spiritual power, the entire sea god's island appeared in his mind. It was as if he had transformed into a giant, overlooking the entire sea god's island from the sky. Furthermore, as his thoughts churned, he could clearly sense everything on the sea god's island. At this time, the dignified voice in his mind rang out. Exceeded expectations of the test. Your spiritual power has been awakened. You have exceeded the third test, tidal body tempering. Your affinity with the sea god has increased by 15%. Your total affinity is 25%. This time, Tang San's performance was outstanding. However, compared to Lin Feng, he was still a little lacking. Therefore, his affinity with the sea god had decreased by 5%. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly appeared beside him. He placed his hand on Tang San's back and retracted the spiritual power of the sea god. Feng Ge, what's wrong with you? Tang San was confused. He did not know why Lin Feng suddenly appeared beside him. Lin Feng said, Xiao San, it's best not to scan your spiritual power. It's impolite. Do you understand? Just now, Tang San's spiritual power scan was too obvious. He immediately sensed it and rushed over. Oh, Tang San nodded and made a mental note of this. Not far away, Poseidon had also sensed the powerful spiritual energy. She was shocked again. Spiritual power was something that only titled Douluo could cultivate. Bai Sai herself had reached rank 99. She had only experienced a qualitative change in her spiritual power after a special opportunity. However, Tang San was still so young. She did not expect him to reach such a level. Lin Feng also seemed to have sensed this. Clearly, his spiritual power was stronger than Tang San's. both of them shocked by Sai. No wonder they were the chosen successors of the sea god. Chapter 495. This is the evolution of your spiritual power. I didn't expect your spiritual power to become so strong, Positi said calmly as she walked over to the two of them. After spending so much time with the 9 of them, Positi realized that she had gradually developed a bigger heart. Compared to other things, this breakthrough in spiritual power could no longer shock her. Fonga told me that this is a normal phenomenon. As long as you have a deep enough control of your soul power, your spiritual power will also change, Tang-san said. Positi was speechless. Normal phenomenon? What a joke. She was sure that the number of soul masters on the Douluo continent who had such a qualitative change in their spiritual power could be counted on one hand. However, from Tang-san's tone, it seemed like it was very easy. The main thing was that he wasn't bragging, nor was it some fantasy story. It was something that had happened in front of her. Positi realized that she was really getting old because of this. Her understanding of the Douluo continent had been stagnant for decades. These new things made her a little overwhelmed. It's not as easy as you say. You must have been lucky this time and had an epiphany. Otherwise, you would have needed at least a year to reach this level, Lin Feng said. Epiphany was something that could save time. It was similar to inspiration. Suddenly, he felt that things had become much simpler. I see. Tang-san nodded. Bai Saishi, who was standing at the side, was stunned. She didn't want to say anything. She was mentally exhausted. When she heard Lin Feng say that it wasn't that easy, she was relieved. However, he changed the topic and said that it would take a year. So, it's normal for spiritual power to undergo a qualitative change at the age of 20? I'm really old. I can't keep up with the times. Just as Positi was lamenting, Lin Feng said, Head priest, now that we passed the 3rd test, tell us about the 4th test. We're ready to start the 4th test. Positi nodded. The rest of you should be at Neptune's light. Let's go there first. Okay. After nodding their heads, the 3 of them rushed towards the ring-shaped sea. Soon, under Lin Feng's summons, everyone walked down the stairs and gathered together. Poseidon cut to the chase and said, Congratulations, you have passed the 3rd test. Now, on behalf of Poseidon, I give you the 4th test. As soon as he finished speaking, lights of various colors appeared on everyone's bodies. So Ma Hongjun shouted, I see it. My 4th test is called Peak Shark Whale Battle. I want to assist the demonic soul Great White Shark Group to kill the evil demon killer whale group. My goal is to kill 10 evil demon killer whales. I also killed 10 evil demon killer whales. Dai Mubai said, You guys are really noobs. I have 20, twice as many as you. Xiao Wu laughed. Zhu Zhuqing said calmly, I also have 20. As for Oscar and Ning Rongrong, because they were auxiliary-type soul masters, their test was slightly different from everyone else's. Instead of killing soul beasts, their test was to protect the group of great white demon sharks. This was to reduce their casualties. As for Tang San, his task was to kill the evil demon killer whale king. As for Lin Feng, his task was a little special. He didn't have to participate in the peak shark whale battle. Instead, he had to kill a soul beast called the Blood Shadow Shark King. Lin Feng had never heard of this soul beast before. He asked Poseidon, Great Consecrator, have you heard of a soul beast called the Blood Shadow Shark? Blood Shadow Shark. Your mission is to kill it. Poseidon cried out in surprise. What's wrong? Is this soul beast very hard to find? Lin Feng frowned. It's not hard to find. It's very hard to kill. Poseidon said, The Blood Shadow Shark is a very special kind of sea soul beast. It's very ferocious and likes to live alone. It has almost no natural enemies in the sea. Most importantly, it has space-type soul skills and is very good at escaping. It's very difficult to kill it in the sea. Lin Feng was unmoved. He continued to ask, May I ask where the Blood Shadow Shark King is? Space-type abilities? Wasn't this showing off in front of an expert? Lin Feng's 8 soul ring was a million-year soul ring. His space-type abilities were number 1 in the entire Douluo continent. Therefore, this Blood Shadow Shark King was nothing to him. Poseidon didn't know this. He said, If your task is to kill the Blood Shadow Shark King, then it's very dangerous. It's a 100,000-year soul beast. Not only is it very strong, but its space-type abilities are more outstanding than the average blood shadow shark. Even I can't catch it. A 100,000-year soul beast? Everyone was shocked. If Lin Feng went alone to deal with a 100,000-year soul beast, everyone would be worried. After all, the blood shadow shark king was as powerful as a titled Douluo soul beast. Most importantly, it was in the sea. If Lin Feng went alone, it would be very dangerous. This is nothing. I can ask Mr. Destroy to help me. The main question is, where can I find the blood shadow shark king? Lin Feng continued to ask Poseidon. This time, Poseidon didn't hesitate. He pointed to the west and said, "Go west for 800 kilometers. That's where the blood shadow shark king is active. If you go there, you should be able to find it." "Thank you." Lin Feng saluted. He should thank Poseidon. After all, he didn't know anything about the blood shadow shark king. If Poseidon hadn't pointed him out, he wouldn't even know where the soul beast was. After thanking Poseidon, Lin Feng said to everyone, "I'll part with you guys. You guys work together and try to finish the test as soon as possible. I'll leave first." "Okay, Fengge. We'll definitely finish the fourth test as soon as possible," everyone said. Lin Feng had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, the sea god's test isn't fixed. It could be over-completed. As long as you guys perform well and kill more evil demon killer whales, you should get some extra rewards." Tangsen also echoed, "That's right. I did over-complete the task just now. The final reward is pretty good." "I see. In that case, we'll have to kill more," Ma Hongjun said with a smile. "I finally have a chance to fight. My hands are itching." Dai Mubai clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. After being tempered by the tide for so many days, they hadn't fought for a long time. Everyone missed it. "Okay, I'll stop talking. I'm leaving." After 3 rounds of beating, Lin Feng didn't stay there for long. He quickly ran to the west. He was the blood shadow shark king. Just from the name alone, he felt that it wouldn't be easy to find. Therefore, Lin Feng was more anxious to find it. After discussing for a while, everyone walked towards the ring-shaped sea. They wanted to find Little White and help it fight. At this time, Xueqinghe had been following Tang San and the others. In fact, Xueqinghe didn't have to participate in the 4th test. He could continue to stay on the sea god's light side and improve himself. However, after spending so much time together, he still somewhat approved of Tang San and the others. Now, in order to integrate into the crowd faster, he naturally chose to participate in the battle together. Just as they were rushing towards Little White, Lin Feng had already flown above the sea. While enjoying the sea breeze, Lin Feng calculated the distance to the sea god's island. As long as he was 800 kilometers away, he would begin to search carefully. It didn't take much time to travel. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the place where the blood shadow shark was. Sharks weren't whales. They weren't very big. Even if they were 100,000 years old, it would be good if they were about 30 meters long. Therefore, under such circumstances, it would take a lot of work for him to search. Fortunately, he was the only one here. Lin Feng directly created dozens of doppelgangers and searched around. After searching for about 15 minutes, he finally saw the blood shadow shark. This was a 70,000-year soul beast. It was obviously not a 100,000-year blood shadow shark king. However, as they were of the same species, it should know where their king was. Therefore, at this time, Lin Feng began to interrogate and find the location of the blood shadow shark king. The interrogation was very simple. After all, soul beasts didn't beat around the bush and liked to speak directly. Lin Feng directly beat it up and threatened it. It confessed everything. These soul beasts had special soul skills that could teleport. Their spatial abilities weren't weak, but they met Lin Feng. He knew too much about spatial knowledge. Just a simple soul power fluctuation was enough to make this blood shadow shark unable to move, let alone teleport. When the time came, as long as he met this blood shadow shark king, Lin Feng would use spatial imprisonment on it. This way, the other party wouldn't be able to escape. Just like that, with this thought, Lin Feng quickly found the blood shadow shark king. It was a huge shark that was close to 40 meters long. Its body was blood red, and its body was very slender. There were red patterns on its face. It was very scary. The latter's senses were very sharp. In the water, it could detect abnormalities from dozens of nautical miles away. Lin Feng rarely fought in the water, so he didn't know how to hide himself. Therefore, he was discovered in advance. However, this wasn't a problem at all. He didn't hesitate and instantly teleported to the Blood Shadow Shark King's side. In the next second, the soul skill on his soul bone was activated. Spatial imprisonment. This time, the Blood Shadow Shark King's huge body was instantly imprisoned on the spot. What is this? Why can't I teleport? This old beast panicked and exclaimed. From birth until now, the Blood Shadow Shark clan was simply the darling of the sea. They were fast, strong, and could escape for their lives. They basically had no natural enemies. Under such circumstances, the Blood Shadow Shark King had never encountered a situation where it couldn't teleport at all. Therefore, at this moment, it was panicking and didn't know what to do at all. It just kept trying to teleport, but at most, its body flickered and couldn't disappear. Don't struggle in vain here, Dai. In the sea, Lin Feng couldn't speak, but his spiritual power could fluctuate. What this Blood Shadow Shark King said to him just now was a communication on the spiritual level. At this moment, he couldn't be bothered to say anything more. This Blood Shadow Shark King would be the first soul ring on his 1,000 trickery ruler. With that thought, the 1,000 trickery ruler turned into a big knife and cut the Blood Shadow Shark King in half from head to tail. Until its death, it still couldn't figure out how an ordinary soul master could kill it so easily. His spatial ability seemed to have been completely crippled. This really made the beast very puzzled. With doubts, the Blood Shadow Shark King died. Ding! After a short battle, the host killed the 165,243-year soul beast Blood Shadow Shark King. Combat experience increased. Experience points plus 529,16782, more than 50 million experience points. It was considered very good. To be honest, after killing the soul beast, Lin Feng was a little regretful because he killed it too early. This was a 100,000-year soul beast, and it had the strength of 160,000 years. If he caught it and farmed for more than 10 days, he would get at least 200 million experience points. However, his hand was too fast, and he subconsciously killed him. But it didn't matter, he killed it. Anyway, to the current Lin Feng, 1 or 200 million experience points weren't a lot. At this moment, on the corpse of the Blood Shadow Shark King, a blood-red 100,000-year soul ring quickly appeared. A 160,000-year soul ring, it was considered not bad. Lin Feng didn't hesitate. The 1,000 trickery ruler appeared and instantly absorbed it. After sitting cross-legged for a while, Lin Feng completely absorbed the soul ring. This was the soul skill given by the Blood Shadow Shark King's soul ring. It was unknown whether it was because of the martial soul or the soul beast, but its soul skill was very special. It was called Spatial Shatter. This was a passive soul skill that could be turned on and off. Its effect was to add the effect of Spatial Shatter to one's weapon and create spatial cracks. It was very strong, but it could only be added to the weapon of the 1,000 trickery ruler. Maybe after thorough research, there would be new uses, but for now, it could only be added to the 1,000 trickery ruler. Other than that, a soul bone appeared on the shark's corpse. Lin Feng waved his hand, and soul power wrapped around the soul bone, and it flew into his hand. This was a right leg bone. His luck was good. Lin Feng didn't have a right leg bone, so after absorbing it, his strength would increase a little. And this right leg bone gave Lin Feng 2 soul skills. They were called Spatial Shatter and Berserk. The former's effect was similar to teleportation, but it could open a spatial door and teleport a group, but the distance wasn't very far. This soul skill was good, but it wasn't very useful to Lin Feng, so he didn't care about it after a glance. Then there was the second soul skill, Berserk. From the name, one could tell that it was an amplification-type soul skill. In fact, the effect was very obvious. It could increase one's attributes by 10 times for an hour. One had to know that Lin Feng's third soul skill, the Iron Armored Demonic Bear Transformation, only increased his attributes by 8 times. With another 10 times, his strength would increase again. Chapter 496. The amplification of a soul skill's attributes didn't mean that the soul skill's attributes would be multiplied again. Instead, it only multiplied the soul skill's basic attributes. This meant that the Soul Bones Berserk soul skill didn't cause any qualitative changes to Lin Feng's abilities. More importantly, after reaching the level of a god, one's attributes didn't affect one's fighting strength as much as when one was a soul master. Instead, it was the godly power that was more important. Godly power was many times stronger than soul power and could completely crush a soul master. Although Lin Feng's soul rings were at the million-year level, he didn't have any godly power in his body. Perhaps it was because he didn't have a godly seat or some other special reason, but he only had soul power. Therefore, even though he had 2 million-year soul rings, he didn't have the strength to crush Bibi Dong and the Thousand Daos Lu. Successfully killed the Blood Shadow Shark King. Took half a day. Perfect completion of the 4th test. Affinity with the sea god increased by 25%. Current affinity, 50%. Lin Feng isolated the power that increased his affinity with the sea god just like before and threw it aside. After that, he didn't stay here for long. He quickly rushed towards Tang San. At the same time, Tang San and the others arrived at the sea region where the evil demon killer whales lived. A group of ferocious and powerful soul beasts lived here, especially the evil demon killer whale king. It was a 100,000-year soul beast and was very strong. As the evil demon killer whales lived in groups, they were very threatening. Even the great white demon sharks weren't their match. However, this wasn't a problem for Tang San and the others. Previously, when most of Shrek's 7 monsters were soul emperors, even Douluo, who was a rank 95 titled soul master, wasn't a match for them if they attacked together. This was especially so for Tang San. If he unleashed his full abilities, he wouldn't have a problem taking on Douluo alone. Now, after passing the 3 tests, not only did their soul power increase tremendously, but their soul rings also became much older. This was especially so for their 7th soul ring. When their martial soul true bodies were unleashed, their abilities were almost doubled. If they worked together, they would be able to deal with 5 or 6 title battle pet warriors at the same time. Therefore, when they saw the group of evil demon killer whales, they didn't waste any time and directly prepared to charge forward. However, before that, Tang San still tried to motivate them. Fonga said that the sea god's test is flexible. It's not fixed. Our request is only 10 or 20 of them. However, if we kill more, the reward should also increase. Daimu Bai also nodded and said, "That's right. As long as you kill enough, the rewards will also be greater." However, I heard from Little White that there are only 200 to 300 of these evil demon killer whales. I don't think that's enough for us to kill. Little White was that devil soul great white shark king. Previously, it had even threatened to teach them a lesson next time. After receiving the sea god's test, he reluctantly accepted everyone's request to work together. However, he was still a little uncooperative in the beginning, especially when it came to Xiaowu. When Tang San saw that, he didn't say anything and directly beat Little White up. That power! Bai Saishi's mouth twitched. Young people nowadays were so strong. He was getting old. Since then, Little White had completely lost its temper. It carried everyone and was very obedient in the sea. Boss Dai, later on, you should stop and let me have a few. I'm afraid that I won't be able to kill enough, Xiao Wu said pitifully. Like hell I'll believe you. Dai Mubai's mouth twitched. Your teleportation skill is amazing at the bottom of the sea. Later on, you'll have to be merciful and let us kill enough first. Let's see what we can do. Xiao Wu stopped acting after being exposed. Ma Hongjun said bitterly, my martial spirit is really restrained at the bottom of the sea. When the time comes, all of you will have to go easy on me. Stop acting pitiful. Get ready to attack. Tang San laughed. Ma Hongjun knew how to act. After his martial spirit evolved, although water had a restraining effect on him, It usually required an extremely strong water-type spirit master. This kind of ownerless seawater had no effect on him at all. He was just acting pitiful. "I want 40. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing said. As her voice fell, her martial spirit instantly attached to her body. She turned into a dark shadow and dived into the sea. In the next second, she appeared beside an evil demon killer whale. Whoosh! A purple light flashed, and Zhu Zhuqing appeared 10 meters away with her hands turned into claws. Behind her, the evil demon killer whale had already turned into a corpse. "Take she cheated," Ma Hongjun screamed. He was the first to react and rushed over. At this moment, flames rose all over his body and drilled into the sea. They didn't extinguish at all and instead merged into the sea. With a flap of his wings, he covered a distance of over 100 meters. There was nothing else about this. It was just that his control of his spirit power was very good. After such a long time of body tempering, it wasn't for nothing. Ma Hongjuan's control of his spirit power had increased greatly. His spirit power wrapped around the flames and was like the sky in the water. "Let's go over 2. I'll deal with the evil demon killer whale king. You guys can do whatever you want." Tang San laughed loudly and directly activated his flying-type spirit skill. He rushed straight towards the evil demon killer whale king from the sky. His purple demon eyes had just broken through to the highest realm, and he could see the 100,000-year spirit beast at a glance. At this moment, everyone and the demon soul great white sharks caught up, and the battle instantly became intense. However, this intense battle didn't last for long. Very soon, the evil demon killer whales were completely wiped out. This was because the strength of both sides was completely unequal. Under Lin Feng's guidance, Tang San and the others were all monstrous geniuses, and the test given by the sea god was for geniuses. To everyone, it wasn't considered much at all. Just like that, in just 10 minutes or so, everyone gathered together. They had all completed the test. Close to 300 evil demon killer whales were all killed. They had all exceeded the requirements of the test. Of course, this wasn't all the evil demon killer whales in the sea. There were definitely other groups. However, Tang San and Little White didn't know where they were, so everyone didn't continue to look for them. Instead, they gathered together. At this moment, the sea god's reward was also given out. Successfully killed the evil demon killer whales. The number of evil demon killer whales has reached 49. It took half a day to complete the 4th test. Your spirit power rank has increased by 1, and the age of each spirit ring has increased by 1,000 years. This was the reward given to Dai Mubai by the sea god. As the 4th test of the black rank, it was considered very good to have such a reward. Ma Hongjun killed 43. Although he wasn't as good as Dai Mubai, his reward was the same. Furthermore, everyone discovered that Oscar actually received the same reward as the 2 of them. He had ensured that the demon soul great white shark group, that Little White, was and did not suffer any casualties. Under such circumstances, he completed the mission perfectly, so he received a high reward. Ning Rongrong was the same as him, receiving a perfect reward. However, because she was the top 7th test, her reward was a little more. Her spirit power had increased by 2 ranks, and the age of her spirit rings had increased by 1,000 years. As for Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, their rewards were the same as Ning Rongrong's. Finally, it was Tang San. His reward was the same as Lin Feng's, still the sea god affinity. However, it was only 20%. Currently, his total affinity was 5% lower than Lin Feng's, only 45%. Just as the sea god affinity score was released, Lin Feng suddenly appeared beside him. Just like before, he separated the sea god affinity score from him. When everyone rushed into the group of evil demon killer whales, Lin Feng was already at the side. It was just that he didn't come out. At that time, he was observing everyone's performance during the battle. Now, it seemed that everyone's performance was not bad. At least, they didn't make any mistakes. Especially everyone's ability to control their spirit power. They could be considered to have reached the entry level and were very delicate. As for Shui Qinghe, he was still a little lacking. However, he could still be considered very strong. Every time he was about to kill the evil demon killer whale, he would be able to stop in the end and give the head to someone else. Fengge, have you completed your test? Tang San immediately asked after seeing Lin Feng. Yes, I've completed it. Lin Feng nodded. At this moment, Ma Hongjun said excitedly, Handsome Fengge, good Fengge, I'm rank 70. I'm going to become a soul sage soon. Help me call Mr. Destroy over. I want to get my 7th spirit ring as soon as possible. Xiao Wu also hurriedly said, Fengge, I'm also rank 80. I still have an extra spirit ring that hasn't been upgraded. When I become Soul Douluo, I should be able to add an extra spirit ring. After that, she seemed to have realized something and said, Haha, I seem to be the first to reach Soul Douluo's level. I'm going to be your big sister from now on. Xiao was in high spirits. She looked at Ma Hongjun and the others with a smug expression. Xiao had the right to be smug. The first to reach Soul Douluo's level was really too strong. Even Xue Qinghe had a look of shame on his face. He was 5 years older than Xiao Wu. He was already 24 years old, but he was only rank 79. This little girl had surpassed him. However, at the same time, she was also very glad that she had followed her instincts and come to see God's island with them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through so many spirit rings in less than a year and reach his current level. Come, let's hear you call me Big Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu said to everyone. Everyone, no one responded. Xiao Wu wasn't embarrassed at all. She turned to look at Tang San and smiled. Third brother, you caught up to me before. You can't do it now. You're just a rank 79 soul sage. In front of Soul Douluo, you're just a little brother. Tang San was speechless. Then he said, Xiao Wu, let me tell you, after the battle just now, I think I'm going to break through. Break through? Who are you lying to? Xiao Wu didn't believe him at all. However, Tang San was telling the truth. After his spiritual power broke through, he had already reached Soul Douluo's level. He just lacked an opportunity to break through. Obviously, the battle with the evil Tiger Whale King just now had become this opportunity. After the battle ended, the soul power in Tang San's body kept fluctuating. Just now, when Lin Feng appeared and expelled the sea god's affinity in his body, he also stabilized his restless soul power. However, when Lin Feng withdrew his power and left, the fluctuations appeared again. At this moment, he had just finished talking to Xiao Wu when he sat cross-legged on Little White. Xiao Wu, it's actually true. Although she didn't believe it, the soul power fluctuations were real. Xiao Wu had no choice but to believe it. Half a minute later, the soul power fluctuations gradually decreased, and Tang San opened his eyes. Look, I'm at rank 80, Tang San said with a smile. That relaxed look made it seem as if breaking through was as simple as eating and drinking. At this moment, Lin Feng said, Xiao San, go. It absorbed the soul ring of the evil Tiger Whale King. And that soul bone, it's a set with you. You can absorb it too. Can I really absorb the soul ring of aquatic soul beast? Tang San was stunned. Although the conflict between soul rings and martial souls would be greatly weakened after becoming a soul sage, there would still be a huge conflict if he absorbed the soul ring of aquatic soul beast. It's okay, you can absorb it. The 9 tests of a sea god gave you the light of the sea god. When the time comes, you can just use that thing. Lin Feng smiled. The light of the sea god was still useful. When Xue Qinghe was chased away by the light of the sea god, Lin Feng added an aura of the same origin on him. That was why he was fine in the end. I see this golden light can actually let me absorb the soul ring of our aquatic soul beast. Tang San had a look of realization. Go and absorb it. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, after you're done, we'll go back to the sea god's island to find the great consecrator to get the soul ring. After that, I'll call Mr. Destroy over and bring Xiao Wu and Fatty to hunt for suitable soul rings. Okay. Tang San nodded and quickly came to the evil Tiger Whale King's side. Without any hesitation, he directly absorbed this 100,000-year soul ring. The current Tang San's body was very strong. It was not a problem for him to withstand a 100,000-year soul ring. After an hour, Tang San successfully absorbed the soul ring, and his soul power reached rank 82. Next was the soul bone. The evil tiger whale king dropped a torso soul bone, and Tang San also successfully absorbed it. When everything was settled, the sky was already dark. Tang San did not feel anything, and the group quickly returned to the sea god's island. Just as they arrived at the ring-shaped sea, they realized that Bai Saishi was already waiting for them at the shore. "Congratulations, you've passed the 4th test, and you've done very well," Bai Saishi continued. "Among you, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun reached a bottleneck previously, and the sea god specially gave you soul rings." As she spoke, Bai Saishi placed the soul rings in their hands. Actually, Lin Feng could break through to rank 90 at this moment, and then he would be able to obtain a soul ring. But there was no need for that, because his body was not strong enough to withstand a million-year soul ring. After all, this was not a direct boost from the system. He had to bear all the pressure and slowly strengthen himself. If he was not stable, the soul ring's age would not be ideal. Therefore, he had to be more confident before he came to take it. As for why he did not take it first, it was very simple. Lin Feng was afraid that he would not be able to resist the temptation and absorb it directly, so he wanted to take it later. Chapter 497. Congratulations again for passing the 4th test. Like before, you have 2 choices. Do you want to start the 5th test now? Or do you want to start it later? Bai Saishi would ask this question every time. It was a rule, so it couldn't be omitted. "Head consecrator, we choose to wait for a while," Lin Feng said. "All right, when you've made your decision, just activate the light of the sea god. I'll come over when I sense it." Bai Saishi smiled and left quickly. Lin Feng said to everyone, "Continue climbing the stairs. I'll bring Xiao Wu and Fatty back to the continent to help them hunt for soul rings." Lin Feng's strength had been exposed, so he didn't need to use Thanos as an excuse. He just said that he was going to bring them to hunt for soul beasts. Okay, everyone nodded in agreement with Lin Feng's arrangement. Just like that, the others continued climbing the stairs, while Fatty and Xiao Wu followed Lin Feng back to the continent. Before Xiao Wu reached rank 60, she could condense her own soul ring. But after becoming a soul emperor, she had to hunt for soul beasts, just like humans. So this time, it would take some time to find suitable soul beasts for the 2 of them. It would probably take a week or 2. Xiao Wu's soul was Douluo, so her physique was very strong. Lin Feng felt that she should be able to absorb a 90,000-year soul ring. Although it was a little dangerous, it shouldn't be a big problem under his watch. As for Fatty, he was only a soul sage. A 70,000-year soul ring should be enough for him. The best place to find soul beasts of this age was the Star Do Great Forest. With that thought, Lin Feng brought the 2 of them to Star Do Great Forest. At the same time, in Martial Spirit City, in a room behind the Elder's Hall, Hulaina took the opportunity to break through to rank 70. One had to know that Hulaina had just broken through to rank 60 a year ago. Now that a year had passed, her soul power had broken through 6 ranks. On average, it was equivalent to breaking through 1 rank every 2 months. This cultivation speed, especially when there was a huge bottleneck in the middle, made it difficult for Shrek's 7 monsters to catch up. It was ridiculous. There was a reason for this. It was because of Bibi Dong. After Bibi Dong reached rank 99, she was only lacking in comprehension. Soul power, on the other hand, wasn't that important. Thus, when she meditated, she would deliberately collect the excess soul power and find an opportunity to send it to Hulaina's side so that she could absorb it during her meditation. Bibi Dong didn't choose to instill soul power, as that would greatly affect a soul master's potential. Using this kind of subtle change, although the speed was very slow, it could prevent this kind of problem. Now, Hulaina had only spent a year to reach level 70. Moreover, the bottleneck was not very serious. She broke through easily. From this, it could be seen that this method was very effective. However, Bibi Dong knew that it was best not to use it. Once she became a soul sage, it was best not to do it again. Elder Gay, Elder Jew, bring Little Na to the Star Do Great Forest and help her find a suitable soul ring. Bibi Dong summoned Gue and Ju and instructed them. Yes, the two of them nodded and immediately went to Hulaina. In their hearts, they also felt a trace of reverence and even fear towards Bibi Dong's strength. They realized that Bibi Dong seemed to have changed. His personality had changed greatly. Didn't the two of them sneak to Heavendoe City to investigate? The results of their investigation were out. The alliance leader of the Martial Soul Alliance, Tang San, was indeed not around. Currently, Ning Fengji was in charge. When they heard this news, they wanted to go up north to conquer some cities. But now they were to stand still. Bibi Dong didn't seem to have any plans. He only wanted to defend Martial Soul City to the death. Perhaps His Majesty the Pope already had a big plan in mind. Gue and Daisy could only think this way. Soon, the two of them arrived outside the room where Hulaina had broken through. Coincidentally, Hulaina opened the door and walked out. She smiled when she saw them. Grandpa Gay, Grandpa Ju, why are you here? Congratulations on breaking through to rank 70. We're here to bring you to the Douluo Great Forest to find a suitable soul ring. Ju and Douluo laughed. Is that so? That's great. I was just about to find Master. Hulaina smiled. Finding a suitable soul beast right after breaking through was the most comfortable thing for a soul master. Let's go. Gue and Ju immediately brought Hulaina to the Douluo Great Forest. Martial Soul City wasn't far from the Douluo Great Forest. Soon, the three of them arrived. They didn't stop at the periphery. Instead, they went straight into the depths. The two titled soul masters were protecting Douluo. Furthermore, they were only looking for a 50,000-year soul beast. In terms of safety, there wouldn't be any problems. While the three of them were searching in the forest, Lin Feng was also searching in the forest with Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun. On the surface, the three of them were searching bit by bit. In reality, Lin Feng had already created dozens of clones to search everywhere. Suddenly, one of the clones stopped. Hulaina? There's also Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo. This is rank 70. That's right. This clone scanned the area with his divine sense and found Hulaina and the others. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Hulaina for a long time. Now that he saw her, he immediately recalled his encounter in the City of Massacre. Although it was a short period of time, it was still very interesting. Of course, this wasn't important right now. The main thing was, how was Hulaina at rank 70? When they separated, she was only at rank 60. It had only been a year and a half since they separated. In such a short period of time, she reached rank 70. Did she eat a celestial medicine? Or did she receive a god's trial? In any case, Hulaina must have received some kind of opportunity. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to improve so much. In the next second, Lin Feng's clone teleported over and sensed Hulaina's situation. Back in the City of Massacre, Lin Feng had sensed Hulaina's entire body. Now that he sensed her again, he was very familiar with it. Furthermore, Lin Feng was surprised to find that she was still wearing the clothes from back then. He had used 1,000 trickery ruler to condense it. At first, he didn't notice it. Now that he discovered it, he was a little stunned. Subconsciously, Lin Feng used his divine sense to reinforce the clothes. Because he had already forgotten the shape of the clothes, he wasn't used to it. He couldn't keep up with Hulaina's figure. At this moment, Hulaina was walking. Suddenly, she felt that the clothes on her body were a little heavy, and her whole body was slightly pressed down. Little Na, what happened? Daisy Douluo asked. Nothing. Let's continue walking. Hulaina shook her head. She sensed for a bit and didn't find anything. Perhaps the clothes had accidentally scraped against something like a tree branch. Thinking about this, Hulaina quickly checked the clothes. After finding that there was no damage, she felt relieved and continued walking. Back in the City of Massacre, Hulaina clearly knew that her clothes had been torn. But in the end, she still wore an undamaged set of clothes. It was exactly the same as before. At that time, she didn't understand. But later, Hulaina knew that Yong In had definitely put it on her. Moreover, this was the last thing on her body that was related to Yongin. So now, Hulaina treated it as a treasure. Even if Yongin didn't come to see her, she wasn't discouraged. She firmly believed that he would definitely appear. At this moment, not far away, Lin Feng's heartbeat suddenly quickened. He was like a child who was almost caught playing games by his parents. When his divine sense paused for a moment, he immediately retracted it. That was why Hulaina didn't discover anything after that. The reason why Lin Feng's heartbeat quickened now was mainly because the collision of their divine senses had suppressed something that shouldn't have been touched. That feeling was too strange. So Lin Feng was a little nervous. Even his face was a little red. But then again, he didn't find anything strange about Hulaina's body. She didn't inherit any god's inheritance, nor did she eat any immortal medicine. Only the soul power in her body was a little thicker than before. This was very normal. After all, her soul power rank was increasing. There was nothing wrong with the strength of her soul power increasing as well. Now wait, this is a little strange. When Lin Feng saw Hulaina earlier, he subconsciously thought that she was a soul sage. So in terms of the strength of her soul power, he also compared it to a soul sage. But the problem was that Hulaina wasn't a soul sage now. She was a soul emperor. Logically speaking, her soul power shouldn't have reached such a level. After discovering this suspicious point, Lin Feng immediately used his spiritual power to sense again. Soon, he found that Hulaina's soul power contained a trace of Bibi Dong's aura. With his research on soul power, Lin Feng quickly realized that this should be Bibi Dong using his own soul power to promote Hulaina's cultivation. This method was still okay. Based on the situation on the Douluo continent, this was a fast cultivation method without any side effects. But if one reached the level of a god, it wouldn't be without side effects. Because there was a trace of someone else's aura in your body. It was like a bomb buried in your body. Just like the sea god affinity, this thing might not seem like much in the short term, and even had great benefits. But when you really became a god, you would be controlled by others. While thinking about this, Lin Feng once again used his divine sense to invade Hulaina's clothes. At the same time, he used his soul power to invade her body and easily erase that trace of aura. To be honest, Lin Feng didn't know why he did this. Maybe it was because he was used to doing this recently, so he subconsciously did it. But then again, Hulaina was an incomparably charming beauty with a perfect figure. She was still very attractive. Furthermore, her personality was also very good. She dared to love and hate. The words that she said back then made Lin Feng reminisce a little. But at the moment, it wasn't a good time for him to look for Hulaina. Let's wait a little longer. When he becomes stronger, the entire Douluo continent will be under his control. At that time, Bibi Dong and Thousand Daos Lu won't be a threat. Thinking about this, Lin Feng didn't stay here for long. After using the 1000G ruler to strengthen Hulaina's clothes, he left. In the blink of an eye, a week and a half passed. After 8 days of searching, Lin Feng finally found 2 suitable soul beasts. After that, he led the 2 of them and easily killed the 2 soul beasts. The day before yesterday, Ma Hongjun had successfully absorbed the 70,000-year soul ring, and his soul power had reached rank 72. As for Xiao Wu, she had also successfully absorbed the 90,000-year soul ring, and her soul power had also reached rank 82. In fact, absorbing the 90,000-year soul ring would only allow Xiao Wu to reach rank 81. But Xiao Wu still had an extra level of reward before. Now that she had broken through, it directly made up for it. Soul masters were like this. When one soul power rank was low, an old soul ring could allow one soul power rank to increase by few ranks. Now that one had reached Soul Douluo's level, even a 90,000-year soul ring could only increase one's soul power by 1 rank. Previously, when Tang San absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring, his soul power only increased by 2 ranks, the same as Xiao Wu's. Roar, roar, roar. I'm rank 82 now. I'm as strong as third brother. Xiao Wu exclaimed happily after absorbing the soul ring. Not only did she obtain a soul ring, but she also obtained a skull from the 90,000-year soul beast. Because it was a complete set, she directly absorbed it, and her strength increased by a lot. As for Ma Hongjun, he was unlucky. Even a 70,000-year soul beast didn't produce a soul bone, so he could only be envious. Stop yelling. Let's return to Sea God's Island and continue the test. Lin Feng didn't waste any more time. He led the two of them back to Sea God's Island. Ever since his battle with Bibi Dong, Lin Feng realized that Bibi Dong was a little strange. His strength had increased greatly in a short period of time. This gave him a sense of urgency. Therefore, at this moment, he wanted to quickly pass a few more tests so that he could increase his strength completely. With this thought, Lin Feng led the two of them and flew. After 2 hours, the three of them landed near Sea God's Light. However, it was already nighttime, so the three of them weren't seen by the people climbing the stairs. Feng Ge, do you want me to call them over? Xiao Wu hurriedly asked. No need. I'm a little tired. Let's rest first. We'll talk tomorrow. Lin Feng waved his hand. During this period of time, Lin Feng had controlled dozens of avatars to search for soul beasts in the Stardow Great Forest. That was very draining on his spiritual power. Although he tried his best to balance work and rest, Lin Feng still felt sleepy. Therefore, after telling Xiao Wu about it, he didn't say anything else and went straight to a room to sleep. Tang Xin had asked Seahorse Douluo and the others to build these houses. After all, they would be coming to see God's light often in the future. Therefore, many houses were built under the stairs. Chapter 498. The next morning, Lin Feng came out of his room and gathered everyone together. Originally, he wanted everyone to rest for half a day before finding Bai Saishi to start the 5th test. However, he suddenly realized that Oscar had broken through to rank 70. He had just taken Xiao Wu and Fatty to obtain soul rings. Now that Oscar had broken through, he had to make another trip. However, this wasn't a big deal. In just 3 days, Lin Feng brought the rank 72 Oscar to Sea God's Island. Lin Feng gathered everyone again and said, now that you've all obtained your soul rings, rest for an hour and recover. We'll start the 5th test soon. Yes, Feng Ge. Everyone answered excitedly. Even Xue Qinghe was no exception. After all, this test could increase one's strength quickly. Although it was a little tiring, it was worth it to increase one's strength. Xue Qinghe was now rank 79. He was only 1 rank away from Soul Douluo. He believed that it wouldn't take long for him to reach this rank. At this moment, everyone's strength was Tang San, rank 83 Soul Douluo. Xiao Wu, rank 82 Soul Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing, rank 75 Soul Sage. Dai Mu Bai, rank 75 Soul Sage. Ning Rongrong, rank 75 Soul Sage. Ma Hongjun, rank 73 Soul Sage. Oscar, rank 72 Soul Sage. After a year of tempering, their strength had made considerable progress, all of them crossing a great realm. This kind of speed was too fast. As for Lin Feng, of course, his growth was much more than that. Name: Lin Feng Martial Souls. 1000 Trickster Ruler, Immeasurable Flower Soul Power. Rank 89, plus Special Soul Skill. Avatar 1000 Trickster Ruler Soul Ring. Blood Shadow Shark King, 165,243 years, plus Soul Skill. Spatial Shatter Immeasurable Flower Soul Ring. Snow Lotus, 100 million years, plus Soul Skill. Life Bloom Ghost Head Predatory Spider, 100,000 year, plus Soul Skill. Shadow Bind. Armored Giant Bear, 100,000 year, plus Soul Skill. Armored Demonic Bear Transformation Raging Flame Devil Monkey, 100,000 years, plus Soul Skill. Raging Flame See Netherworld Civet, 100,000 year, plus Soul Skill. Netherworld Body Lightning Falcon, 100,000 year, plus Soul Skill. Thunderbolt Strength Wind Dragon, 100 million years, plus Soul Skill. Martial Soul True Body Chinko and Blood Shadow Beasts, 100 million years, plus Soul Skill. Teleport Position Swap Soul Bone. Wind Dragon Left Leg Bone, 100,000 year, plus Soul Skill 1. Hadhar Soul Skill 2. Wind Concealment Chinko and Blood Shadow Beast Skull, 100,000 years, plus Soul Skill 1. Spatial Imprisonment Soul Skill 2. Blood Fiend Blood Shadow Shark King Right Leg Bone. Year 165243. Plus Soul Skill 1. Space Travel Soul Skill 2. Berserk Experience. 870-4175-412. His experience had reached 7 billion. It wouldn't be long before he could get another million-year soul ring. Soon, the break time was over. Lin Feng activated Poseidon's light, and Poseidon appeared in front of everyone. She held a god-bestowed soul ring in her hand and handed it to Oscar. Then, she looked at Lin Feng and asked, "What's wrong? Have you decided to start the 5th test?" "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. "Since that's the case, I'll start the 5th test now." Poseidon tapped her finger lightly as she finished speaking. Soon, a light screen appeared on everyone's body and the 5th test information appeared. "Now that the 5th test has begun, I'm looking forward to seeing how quickly you pass it." With that, Poseidon didn't stay any longer and quickly left. On the other hand, the originally excited crowd's expression turned slightly serious. Ma Hongjun said bitterly, "This 5th test is too difficult. We have to challenge the Holy Pillar Protectors. That's a title Douluo, the strongest person on the continent. I'm only a soul sage. How can I beat him?" "Fatty, you're doing the same?" "Me too. I'm also challenging a title Douluo," Dai Mubai said. "Me too." Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "Take Shi is doing the same as us, but you're doing the 7th test." Ma Hongjun was slightly puzzled. From their point of view, the different grades of the exam should be assigned to different tests. Why was it the same now? At this moment, Xiao Wu said, "Our time limit is half a year, and we only have 10 chances. Is it the same for you guys?" "Our time limit is 1 year, and there's no limit to the number of times we can challenge," Dai Mubai said. Ma Hongjun was enlightened. "So that's how it is. I thought it was the same. I didn't expect it to be so restrictive." Oscar said, "Mine is different from yours. My test is to support the 4 of you and then help you succeed." Ning Rongrong said, "My test is similar to Xiao Ao's, but I'm restricted by my skills. I can't use my martial soul true body." Xiao Wu smiled. "Rongrong, if you're with me, just throw a few skills at me. I'll beat that title Douluo." Unlike Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, who were soul sages, Xiao was truly strong after reaching the level of soul Douluo. With her invincible golden body for 12 seconds, let alone beating up these holy pillar protectors, she could even defecate and pee on their heads. Yes. When the time comes, we'll beat them up." Ning Rongrong nodded with a grin. After everyone finished speaking, they all looked at Tang San and Lin Feng. If the difficulty of the 6th Black Test and the 7th Pinnacle Test was already so high, then what about the 2 people in the 9th Sea God Test? What kind of test would they have? Everyone was very curious about this. Tang San coughed and said, "Your test is too easy. Mine is much harder than yours." "How hard? Tell us." Everyone said expectantly. They looked like guests in a tea house, listening to a storyteller. "You only have to challenge 1 Holy Pillar Protector, but I have to challenge 7. Also, there's a time limit during the challenge. As long as you challenge the first Holy Pillar Protector, the time will start. If you don't succeed in all challenges within 3 days, you won't pass." Tang San's test didn't only have 1 chance. There was no limit to the number of challenges. As long as you could challenge all the Holy Pillars Protectors within 3 days, you would pass. Even so, when Tang San finished speaking, everyone had a shocked expression on their faces. This is too perverted, isn't it? I thought our test was already difficult enough. I didn't expect the hardest test to be here." Ma Hongjun sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, Xiao Wu asked, "Fenggu, you're also in the 9th Sea God Test. It should be the same, right?" "More or less." Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's just that my time limit is a little tight. I only have 14 hours. Xiao Wu, everyone, 14 hours. Wasn't this a little too tight? The 7 Saint Pillars were so far apart. Even if he used the wings of the sky to travel, it would still take him around 2 hours. Including the battles, recovery, rest, and so on, such a short time was not enough. Therefore, everyone was shocked by Lin Feng's hellish difficulty. "Why are you all looking at me like that? It's very simple. It's not difficult," Lin Feng said calmly. Hearing this, everyone suddenly remembered that Lin Feng's soul skill could recover his soul power. It was almost like a perpetual motion machine. Moreover, Lin Feng's strength was ridiculously strong and unfathomable. Tang Sen wasn't his match at all. Under such circumstances, it shouldn't be difficult to challenge 7 people in 14 hours. Lin Feng continued, "This 5th test is not only easy for me, it's also very easy for you guys. Beating up Douluo is not a dream." "Ah, how is that easy?" Ma Hongjun said, "If I challenge him directly, I won't win unless I have Rong Rong or Xiao to help me. Only then will I have a chance to win." During the Soul Master Alliance's monthly test, they had all challenged him. Generally speaking, they had the strength to fight someone 1 realm higher. They could even beat a weaker opponent. However, if the opponent was 2 realms higher, it would be a bit difficult. No matter how talented they were, in front of absolute strength, there was still a big gap. Moreover, the higher the rank of their soul power, the bigger the gap between realms. Xiao Wu's invincible golden body was too strong. That was why she could beat up Douluo. For Ma Hongjun, even if he had reached the soul Douluo level, he couldn't beat a slightly stronger titled Douluo. Therefore, when he heard Lin Feng say that they could easily beat up Douluo, he was very puzzled. The beating I'm talking about is not for you guys to beat up a fully recovered titled Douluo. It's for you guys to beat him up when he's injured or his soul power is mostly depleted. Think about it. I'll first beat up the guardian of the Holy Pillar, then beat up Xiao San. His soul force should be pretty much depleted after 2 heavy blows. At this time, with Xiao Ao and Rong Rong's buffs, as long as you guys continue to challenge him, you'll be able to beat him up easily. After Lin Feng finished speaking, everyone's eyes widened. There's such a thing? But then again, they didn't seem to see any restrictions. They could freely choose the guardian to challenge. This way, as long as they followed Lin Feng's instructions, they would be able to complete the challenge very quickly. Tang Sen also said, "If that's the case, I can also hitch a ride with Feng Ge." Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and beat him up. Xiao Wu clenched her fists and said. Lin Feng said to Shui Qinghe, "You can continue climbing the stairs here. The 5th test won't be of much help to you. I feel that I'll be able to break through soon. I'll have to trouble you then." Shui Qinghe nodded. In the eyes of Tang San and the others, Shui Qinghe was currently rank 69 and was about to break through to Soul Sage. As for his true strength, only Lin Feng knew about it. Dear best, Lin Feng smiled and encouraged him. Although the concept of luck was somewhat vague, Lin Feng still placed great importance on it. Right now, almost all of the people with the greatest fortune on the entire Douluo continent were by his side, and during this past year, nothing had happened. Lin Feng didn't know if there was a connection between the two, but there was a high probability that there was. Therefore, he was still concerned about Shui Qinghe. There was no harm in building a good relationship with him. After that, without further delay, the group set off and flew towards the Holy Pillar. On the way there, Fatty, Dai Mubai, and the others explained the details of their tests. In the end, Lin Feng learned that Zhu Zhuqing was going to challenge Sea Lady Douluo. Dai Mubai was going to challenge Sea Spear Douluo. Xiao was going to challenge Seahorse Douluo. And finally, Ma Hongjun was going to challenge Sea Ghost Douluo. While flying in the air, Lin Feng suddenly said, "When the time comes, you guys can test it out and see if you can beat these titled Douluo with your full strength. If you can't, then follow my method. If you can, then pass directly." Lin Feng suddenly remembered that the rewards at the end of these tests would fluctuate. If they performed well in the tests, the rewards would be better. If they performed poorly or took a shortcut, then the rewards would be smaller. Therefore, for the sake of the rewards, it was better for them to give it a try themselves. Everyone had thought of the same thing. Now that Lin Feng had finished speaking, they had no objections and all agreed. Soon, the 8 of them arrived at the location of the first Holy Pillar. Seahorse Douluo. Since they were more familiar with Seahorse Douluo, they were the first to arrive. "Long time no see. Looks like all of you have improved quite a bit." The Seahorse Douluo immediately approached everyone with a smile on his face. None of them had passed the test yet, but it was only a matter of time before they would. Besides, all of them had gone through difficult tests. They were bound to achieve great things in the future. Seahorse Douluo had to build a good relationship with them. Senior, long time no see. Tang Xin smiled. We are here today for the 5th test. I know about that. Are you sure you want to start the 5th test? Seahorse Douluo asked. As the 5th test had just been announced, Seahorse Douluo was afraid that Tang San and the others would rush over on impulse. Therefore, he asked. Of course, Xiao Wu said. I will challenge you first. That's right. Senior, I won't go easy on you later. Don't cry. Hee, just don't cry later. Seahorse Douluo smiled. Obviously, he didn't take Xiao Wu's words to heart. Soon, he straightened his face and said, Examinee Xiao Wu wants to challenge the Seahorse Pillar Guardian for the 5th test. During the test, Examinee Ning Rongrong and Examinee Oscar can assist you. You have 10 challenges left. Do you want to use one of them? Yes. Xiao Wu nodded immediately. Since that's the case, please come up. During the test, I won't borrow the Seahorse Pillar's strength. I will only use my own strength for the test. As he spoke, Seahorse waved his hand at the Pillar Guardian beside him. His soul power surged out. In the next second, a red pillar of light shot into the sky. This meant that Xiao Wu's test was about to begin. At this moment, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar arrived in front of Seahorse Douluo. They all looked calm. Xiao Wu had the invincible golden body. She was invincible from the start. Therefore, the 3 of them weren't worried about this test at all. Seahorse Douluo was smiling across them. He didn't seem to realize how serious the situation was. Chapter 499. Now let the challenge begin. As he finished speaking, Seahorse Douluo also released his martial soul. Suddenly, a layer of grayish-white armor covered him, and a huge projection of a seahorse appeared behind him. At the same time, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings rose. Douluo's aura was released, causing the surrounding waves to rise by dozens of meters. Everyone was calm and didn't seem nervous at all. Xiao Wu wasn't anxious at all. She smiled and clasped her hands together. Elder, I'll offend you later. As she finished speaking, she immediately possessed her martial soul. As she ate Oscar's sausage, she activated her invincible golden body. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's enhancement was also applied to her. Xiao Wu's aura was very strong and wasn't inferior to Seahorse Douluo's. In the next second, Xiao Wu's lips curled into a smile, and she teleported onto Seahorse Douluo's head. Eat my 8 segments throw. As she muttered in her heart, Xiao Wu's first 6 soul rings lit up. She turned into an illusion, and her legs wrapped around Seahorse Douluo's body. At this moment, Seahorse Douluo reacted. His 8th soul ring lit up, and he wanted to rush her away. However, he was too slow. At this moment, Xiao Wu's first 8 segments throw had already been activated. Bam! Seahorse Douluo's body was smashed into the ground. His soul power was very chaotic, and he was so dizzy that he couldn't think. Under such circumstances, his 8th soul ring, which had just lit up, was extinguished. Everyone could already predict what would happen next. Xiao Wu's 8 segments throw had 8 segments. Normally, once her opponent ate the first segment, he or she wouldn't be able to dodge the other 7 segments. Not even Douluo, a title battle pet warrior, could do anything. Xiao Wu even activated her invincible golden body just to be safe. Just like that, Seahorse Douluo fell to the ground, unable to move at all. Originally, Xiao Wu was confident that she could defeat this Seahorse Douluo if she used her invincible golden body. Now, with the buffs from Oscar and Ning Rongrong, her strength had more than tripled. She could even compete with Tang San when he went all out. Furthermore, Seahorse Douluo was completely unaware of Ning Rongrong's martial soul and soul skills, so it was no surprise that he would be beaten to a pulp. Perfect completion of the 5th of the 7 tests. Your soul power has increased by 1 rank, and the effects of your 1st, 2nd, and 3rd soul skills have doubled. After hearing this, Xiao Wu was stunned. Then, she pursed her lips and said, The reward is too lousy. It would be great if the effects of my 4th soul skill were doubled. Xiao Wu's first 3 soul skills were Waist Bow, Charm, and Teleportation. Although they were all very useful, her 4th soul skill, Invincible Golden Body, was obviously more powerful than them. Therefore, She was a little depressed when she saw that her reward only included her first 3 soul skills. Double the effects of your 4th soul skill? Xiao Wu, what's your reward? Everyone was a little confused after hearing Xiao Wu's words. After hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately explained, I'm rewarded with 1 rank of soul power, and the effects of my first 3 soul skills are doubled. That's not bad. If the effects of your soul skills are doubled, your 8 segments throw will be even more powerful in the future. Tang Sen nodded. Xiao Wu's self-created 8 segments throw was very useful for her first soul skill, waist bow. If it weren't for the strength of her waist, she wouldn't have been able to control strong opponents. That's what you say, but I still want to be invincible. Xiao Wu smiled and said, as long as I could be invincible for a long time, I'm not afraid of anyone. Just as Xiao Wu was speaking, Seahorse Douluo woke up from his dizziness behind her. There was a look of disbelief on his face. He was a titled Douluo, but he had actually been defeated by a soul Douluo in just a few seconds. Although a soul master who could obtain 7 of the 7 tests couldn't be judged by common sense, he was still astonished by this situation. Elder, please forgive me if I offended you just now. Xiao Wu giggled when she saw this. Oscar also passed a grilled sausage over and said, Elder, this grilled sausage can help you recover quickly. Seahorse Douluo took the grilled sausage and ate it. After that, he waved his hand at Xiao Wu and said, It's fine, it's fine. I should congratulate you on passing the test. Young soul masters these days are so strong. I'm still too old. Senior, you must be joking. I was only able to win because I had the help of 2 people. If I didn't have the help of my 2 friends, it would be hard to say who would have won this battle. Xiao Wu immediately smiled and said, when she was in the Martial Soul Alliance, Xiao Wu was a department head for a period of time. Although it was only a small department that managed the warehouse, she often conversed with others. Right now, she had learned some conversational skills. On the other hand, Seahorse Douluo was even more shocked after hearing Xiao Wu's words. With the support of an auxiliary-type soul master, Hui Yuhao could beat him. Without the support of an auxiliary-type soul master, Hui Yuhao would be evenly matched with Soul Douluo's strength. Fortunately, Tang San said at this moment, Elder, you should hurry up and recover. Feng Ge, and I don't want to make an extra trip. We're ready to start the challenge. Just as Seahorse Douluo was about to speak, Xiao Wu said, Don't worry, Feng Ge. I didn't use much strength just now. Elder should be able to recover very quickly. Seahorse Douluo, his heart was pierced even more painfully. He was a titled Douluo, but he was beaten by a soul Douluo. Furthermore, Xiao Wu had repeatedly exposed his scars. Seahorse Douluo was in a bad mood. The sausage in his mouth was no longer delicious. However, he still forced a smile and said, That's right. This sausage is very effective. I think I'll be able to recover in about 5 minutes. Because he was beaten up at the beginning of the battle, he didn't use much of his soul power. He only needed to recover from his injuries. Just like that, everyone chatted and waited for 5 minutes to pass. During this time, Seahorse Douluo sat cross-legged and meditated to recover. At the beginning, everything was fine. Tang San and the others were discussing things related to the test. For example, how strong Lady Douluo was and what the order of the Guardians would be. Later on, they were discussing when the 6th test would start, or how long they would have to stay after the test was over. However, towards the end, Seahorse Douluo was horrified to find that this group of people were actually discussing when they would become gods. What kind of people were they? How could they have such thoughts? He really didn't know what to say. However, the 5 minutes passed quickly. Seahorse Douluo's injuries were all healed. However, there was a hint of respect in his eyes when he looked at everyone. When he noticed Tang San looking at him, Seahorse Douluo asked respectfully, Are you ready to start the 5th test? Seahorse Douluo immediately changed his attitude towards Lin Feng and Tang San because of the difference in level of the test. That's right. I'm ready. Tang San nodded. When they were chatting, he had already agreed with Lin Feng that he would challenge them first. After the 7 Holy Pillar Guardians recovered, Lin Feng would challenge them. After all, Lin Feng only had 14 hours. It was too short. It was better to let Tang San challenge them first. At this time, Seahorse Douluo said, "Your test is a little special. After the test with me begins within the next 3 days, you will have to defeat the 7 Holy Pillar Guardians one by one. If you exceed the time limit or fail to defeat all of them, you will fail the test. Of course, this is not a complete failure. Within a year, you will have another chance to challenge them." After that, Seahorse Douluo waved his right hand. The holy pillar behind him shone brightly. A golden pillar of light shot up into the sky and lit up the entire Sea God's Island. In the next second, the remaining 6 holy pillars also shot up into the sky with golden pillars of light. In the end, they gathered together and condensed into 36 huge balls of light. Seahorse Douluo said, "These 36 balls of light represent the time you have left for the test. Every time a ball of light is extinguished, 2 hours will pass. When all the balls of light are extinguished, you will fail the test." The rules have been explained. The test officially begins. The Seahorse Douluo immediately possessed his martial soul after he spoke. Tang Sen also summoned his blue-silver emperor. At the same time, all 8 of his soul rings appeared. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 red. Tang Sen would have 300,000-year soul rings by now if the test didn't reward him with a soul ring's age. Even so, his 100,000-year soul ring was still very eye-catching. Douluo's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, because he had learned his lesson from the previous battle, he did not wait for Tang Sen to make the first move and directly attacked first. Tang Sen also knew that time was of the essence. He didn't show any mercy. He immediately activated his 2 domains and enveloped Douluo. At the same time, his blue-silver emperor vines danced in the sky like snakes. They surged towards Douluo like an ocean. Douluo had just been enveloped by the 2 domains. The boundless killing intent caused his mind to waver and his soul power to become chaotic. However, Douluo was still very strong. He immediately activated his martial soul true body. However, a blue-silver cage had already appeared around him. The blue-silver emperor vines in the sky also wrapped around him tightly. So tight, I can't break free. When he saw Tang Sen's martial soul Douluo thought that his blue-silver emperor vines wouldn't be too difficult to break free. However, when the countless vines wrapped around him, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He couldn't move at all. The poison in the vines disrupted his soul power. He couldn't even use his soul skills properly. At this moment, Tang Sen's slightly red 5th soul ring started to shine. A huge blue-silver spear condensed in his hand. 5th soul skill, blue-silver tyrant spear. Tang Sen's soul ring was very special. Its age changed according to his strength. Right now, his 5th soul ring was 99,000 years old. It was only 1,000 years away from 100,000 years. Whether it was the reward from the test or his breakthrough to become a titled soul master, Douluo's 5th soul ring was bound to break through. Even now, his 5th soul skill was still very strong. Tang Sen shouted as he wielded his blue-silver tyrant spear. His entire body turned into an illusion as he stabbed his spear towards Douluo. Boom! The spear pierced through the vines and struck Douluo's armor. Sparks flew everywhere, and a loud boom sounded. The seahorse Douluo was sent flying several hundred meters away by this immense force. He crashed into a nearby forest and lay there motionless. "Third brother, you're too cruel. He's been sent flying." Xiao Wu shouted when she saw this. "You're still talking about him." Lin Feng chuckled and said, "Little 3 knows how to control his strength better than you do. He held back most of his strength in that attack just now. Otherwise, the seahorse Douluo would already be a corpse." Tang Sen's strength was comparable to a titled soul master Douluo at rank 97 or 98. Douluo was only at rank 93. Furthermore, he was weakened by the domain. The difference between the two was too great. It wouldn't be difficult to kill him instantly. Tang Sen nodded and said, "That's right. I held back a lot in the end and only managed to send the seahorse Douluo flying. He's not moving now, and the main reason is that the poison has taken effect and knocked him out. I'll go and bring him back." With that said, Tang Sen flew into the forest and retrieved the vines. Then he brought Douluo back. Rong Rong, help him recover, Tang Sin said. Okay. Ning Rong Rong nodded. She summoned the 9 treasures glazed pagoda at once and helped Douluo get rid of the negative effects. The seahorse Douluo only woke up after around 10 seconds. Sir, are you all right? Tang San asked with concern. To be honest, Tang Sin didn't expect Douluo to be so weak. In other words, he didn't know that he had improved so much in a year. He was too strong. Just the poison from his first soul skill was enough to knock out Douluo. This effect was too strong. On the other hand, the seahorse Douluo was extremely ashamed right now. He was a titled Douluo, but he had been completely thrashed by 2-soul Douluo. Furthermore, he hadn't been able to retaliate at all. He had been utterly humiliated, and he didn't know what to say. At this moment, Lin Feng smiled. All right, Xiao Ao, make some sausages for Sir. Then, you can continue to challenge him. I'll wait here for him to recover. Okay. Oscar nodded. He immediately made some sausages and handed them to Douluo. Thank you. The seahorse Douluo forced a smile onto his face as he accepted the sausage. Fenggu, we'll take our leave then, Tang Sin said. Tang San was a little nervous about challenging 7 titled soul masters in 3 days. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to complete the task. However, he wasn't that nervous anymore after his battle with Douluo. Go, Lin Feng said. I'll start the challenge in 1 day. I hope that you'll have passed the 5th test by then. We will, everyone replied. 1 day is enough for us to complete the challenge. With that, they didn't delay any longer. They quickly ran toward the 2nd holy pillar. Chapter 500. While Lin Feng was waiting for Seahorse Daw to recover, on the other side, Tang San and the others parted ways not long after. Tang San went to look for Starfish Douluo, Sea Illusion Douluo, and Sea Dragon Douluo on his own. He didn't need to challenge the others because they were the 3 protectors. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rong Rong, and the others rushed towards Sea Ghost Douluo. Ma Hongjun was eager to fight against titled Douluo, and everyone agreed to his wish. Half an hour later, Ma Hongjun, who was supported by Oscar and Ning Rong Rong, was incomparably powerful. His surging flames prevented Sea Ghost Douluo from getting close to him. In the end, he relied on his own strength to easily pass the 5th test. The reward for the 6th black test was obviously not as good as the 7th test. In the end, he was only rewarded with a rank 1 soul power, which was double the effect of his first soul skill. Thank you for letting me win. Ma Hongjun cupped his hands excitedly. After all, this was titled Douluo. It was too hard to believe that he had lost to him. After a while, Ma Hongjun calmed down and continued with the others. They rushed towards Sea Spear Douluo. The next one was Dai Mubai's challenge. There was no suspense in this challenge. With the support of 2 auxiliary-type soul masters, Dai Mubai's strength had increased greatly. Normal titled Douluo was no match for him. Another half an hour later, Dai Mubai also passed the 5th test. The last one was Zhu Zhuqing. She was going to challenge Sea Girl Douluo. As expected, after half an hour, Zhu Zhuqing went all out and easily defeated Sea Girl Douluo. As for Ning Rong Rong and Oscar, the 2 of them also passed the test at the same time as Zhu Zhuqing. The rewards for the 5th of the 7 top-notch tests were to increase one's soul power by 1 rank, and the effects of the first 3 soul skills were doubled. However, the rewards for the black rank were 2 less soul skill enhancements, and the soul power rank was increased. Thus, other than Tang San, Lin Feng, and Shueqing, everyone's soul power had increased by 1 rank in just 1 day. This kind of rocket-like leveling speed could only be enjoyed in this kind of divine assessment. Just as everyone passed the test and was about to go to Seahorse Douluo to look for Lin Feng, Tang San flew over. Third brother, why are you here? Have you finished challenging Starfish, Sea Fantasy, and Sea Dragon Douluo? Xiao Wu asked. That's right. Tang San smiled and said, although those guardians are very strong, I used all my strength in order to finish the test faster. That's why I can come over so quickly. In fact, Tang San was quite modest. When he fought with these titled Douluo, he usually only fought for 1 or 2 minutes before he defeated them. The reason why they took so long was mainly because rushing over was more time-consuming. The distance between the sea god's island's holy pillars was quite far. They didn't have Lin Feng's speed, so they could only spend time on the road. Third brother, you came at a bad time. Take Shi just finished challenging Sea Girl. You need some time to recover, Ning Rongrong said. It's okay. Give me 10 minutes and I'll be fully recovered, Sea Girl Douluo said. Normally, after everyone defeated these holy pillar guardians, Oscar would give them sausages to recover. Ning Rongrong would also use her soul skills to help. However, Sea Girl Douluo was a little special. After she was defeated, she directly ran into the sea and suddenly appeared. Furthermore, Sea Girl Douluo wasn't human. She was a half-human, half-beast mermaid. She belonged to a very special race. She had a very special innate ability, and that was the ability to read minds. This ability allowed her to take the initiative in battle. However, after Zhu Zhuqing was strengthened, his strength exceeded her imagination. In the end, even though Sea Girl Douluo had the ability to read minds, she was quickly defeated. Senior, let me help you recover, Ning Rongrong said. Oscar also took out a few sausages and said, Senior, eat my sausages. You'll recover in 5 minutes. No need. I can recover on my own, Sea Girl Douluo said with a smile. Mermaids were almost always young. Although Sea Girl Douluo was very old and close to 100 years old, she still looked like she was in her 20s. She was very beautiful. Senior, please recover. I'll wait. Tang Sen nodded. He had 3 days, and Tang San had already challenged 4 titled Douluo. Right now, there were only 3 left. No matter what, he would be able to pass today. He just happened to be a little tired from the journey. He turned his head and said, Rong, give me some soul power. I'll meditate to recover. And Xiao Ao, give me some sausages. Tang San had consumed a lot of soul power to defeat the 4 titled Douluo, especially the rank 95 Sea Dragon Douluo. He had planned to find Lin Feng to recover after defeating Douluo. It was the same since he had run into Ning Rongrong and the others. 10 minutes later, Tang San and Sea Girl Douluo had recovered. Okay, I've recovered. If you're ready, you can start the challenge. Sea Girl Douluo smiled at Tang San. As she spoke, she activated her talent skill, trying to pry into Tang San's mind. However, Sea Girl Douluo's ability hit a wall on Tang San's side. She could sense that there were 3 layers of protection on Tang San's body, which blocked her ability. The first layer of protection was the golden light of the sea god, which was given to Tang San by the 9 trials of the sea god. The Sea Douluo had already anticipated this, and she had used her innate skill to test Tang Wulin. However, the second and third layers surprised her. They were brought by Tang San himself. One was a layer of protection for his spiritual power, which was extremely thick. The other was a special force field. She had never seen such a force field before. She was very surprised. At this moment, Tang San frowned slightly. Senior, are you probing me? Tang San could sense a special soul force drifting around his body. If it wasn't out of respect, Tang San would have retaliated with a spiritual shock if his enemy was scanning him like this. Ahem, I'm just checking. Sea Girl Douluo was a little embarrassed. At the same time, she was very surprised. Her innate ability had been discovered. If Tang San was a titled Douluo, she wouldn't be too surprised. After all, it was normal for a titled Douluo to be discovered. However, Tang San was only a soul Douluo. She was surprised that he was discovered. Since Senior is ready, I'll start the challenge. Tang San didn't pursue the matter and spoke directly. Although he hadn't fully recovered, it wasn't a problem for him to deal with Sea Girl Douluo. After he finished speaking, Tang San summoned his martial soul and released his soul rings. In the next second, he didn't bother with pleasantries. He used his full strength. The blue-silver emperor in his hand turned into a sky full of snake shadows that surrounded Douluo. Lin Feng had taught Tang San and Xiao Wu since they were young that it was taboo to talk and recite one's moves during a battle. Unless it was to interfere with the opponent's words, it wouldn't be of any help to the battle. Therefore, Tang San didn't talk much during his battles over the years. He just did what he wanted to do. His martial soul took the lead. At the same time, Tang Xin instantly approached Sea Girl Douluo and unleashed his dual domains. After a few battles, Tang San realized that unleashing his domain at the beginning was the most foolish thing to do. Unleashing it at the moment of an attack would maximize its effectiveness. Just like now, when the endless vines surrounded Douluo, he unleashed his domain. Instantly, Sea Girl Douluo's mind went blank. She was affected by the boundless murderous aura. Her reaction paused for a moment, and even the soul skill that she was about to unleash stopped. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the spear in Tang San's hand appeared and instantly closed in. The tip of the blue-silver spear stabbed right in front of Sea Girl Douluo's eyes. She was so shocked that her body stiffened. This kind of strength is too terrifying. She knew that Tang San was powerful. After all, he had defeated a few holy pillar guardians so quickly. However, in Sea Girl Douluo's mind, he should be the kind that could fight with a titled Douluo for a while and barely win in the end. But now, this kind of situation where she was killed in an instant shocked her. She didn't have the slightest chance to react. She didn't even have the time to unleash her soul skill before she was killed in an instant. The tip of the spear in front of her let her know that if Tang San wanted to, she would be a corpse. I've lost, the Sea Lady Douluo said with difficulty. Hearing this, Tang San immediately removed all the vines and scattered the spear. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior, thank you for letting me win." He had already met a few people who had the same look of disbelief as Sea Girl Douluo. Facing this, Tang San was very calm. This was because after these few battles, he had become more familiar with his own strength. Previously, when he hit Sea Horse Douluo, he couldn't fully control his strength. But now he stopped at the last second. The improvement in this process was very huge. Let's go. Next stop is Sea Spear Douluo. After speaking, Tang San led everyone and quickly left. Lin Feng gave them a day's time, but Tang San and the rest didn't want to finish in the last minute. They wanted to finish as early as possible. After all, the earlier they finished, the greater their improvement. This was Feng Ji's test for them. Just like this, the group quickly flew toward Sea Spear Douluo. In the same place, Sea Girl Douluo was still in a state of shock. The speed of the attack just now was too fast. She couldn't dodge it. This kind of strength was really shocking. Half an hour later, looking at Sea Spear Douluo, who was also in shock, Tang Sin cupped his hands and said, "Senior, thank you for letting me win." After speaking, he turned around and shouted, "Last stop, Sea Ghost Douluo." The group continued their journey. Another half an hour later, looking at Sea Ghost Douluo, who was easily defeated by him, Tang Sin finally smiled. "Senior, thank you for letting me win." As soon as he finished speaking, the sea god's voice rang in his mind. The fifth test of the sea god's 9 tests challenged the 7 guardians of the holy pillars. You have passed the test perfectly in 6 hours. You have received 30% of the sea god's affinity. Your current affinity is 75%. When the affinity reward was given out, Lin Feng had already appeared beside Tang San and blocked the sea god's divine power. In the past 6 hours, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't just wait at Sea Horse Douluo's side. Instead, he would walk around the sea god's island. At the same time, he would use his mind power to check on Tang San and the rest every half an hour. This was to see when Tang San would finish the test. In fact, because the sea god's island was protected by the sea god's power, he couldn't use his mind power to check. However, now that Lin Feng had the light of the sea god, he was immune to the sea god's power and could use his mind power. Just like that, he sensed Tang San's final challenge and came over just in time. After Tang San's test ended, the 7 holy pillars' golden light disappeared. At the same time, the remaining 33 balls of light also disappeared. At this moment, all the guardians knew that Tang San had completed his challenge. This was especially true for the last challenger, Douluo. The shock on his face didn't dissipate for a long time. He really didn't expect that he would be the last to be challenged. How long had it been? 6 hours, right? He had already challenged all 7 holy pillar protectors? This was too terrifying. Feng Ge, I've completed the 5th test, Xiaowu said happily. Seeing Lin Feng suddenly appear, everyone was already used to it. After all, a super genius like Lin Feng had mastered too many soul skills. It was very normal for him to use teleportation. It seems like you've all completed the 5th test. Lin Feng smiled and said, let's wait for 2 hours. When these holy pillar guardians recover from their injuries and soul power, I'll start my challenge. Since Lin Feng wanted a challenge, he naturally wanted to limit it and do it to the best of his ability. 30 minutes. His goal was 30 minutes. Of course, these 30 minutes weren't just for challenging one title Douluo, but 7. Lin Feng had to challenge 7 title Douluo in 30 minutes, including the time he had to travel. This was under the condition that Lin Feng's identity was restricted. Otherwise, if he went all out, he would be able to complete this challenge in 10 seconds. After all, these title Douluo were too weak. He could defeat them in one move and then teleport to the next title Douluo. 10 seconds were enough for him to repeat this process. Fengge, how long are you going to take? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Tangsen took 6 hours to complete the test. Lin Feng was stronger than all of them combined. Presumably, he would take less time. The main thing was that it was really interesting to see these people's shocked expressions because of Tang San's strength. In everyone's mind, Tang San was their good brother. When these people saw Tang San, they were shocked because they were shocked. This special feeling made them want to see how shocked these people would be if Lin Feng was the one who did it. Everyone had the same thought and looked at Lin Feng curiously. 30 minutes, Lin Feng said with a smile. Strong, Fengge. You're a real man. Ma Hongjun immediately gave him a thumbs up. Everyone was also full of praise. Fengge is amazing. Chapter 501. 30 minutes was actually not a very fast speed. Lin Feng took into account that he needed more time to gain experience, which was why he said this number. Otherwise, he could have said 10 minutes. All right, you guys don't have to stay here anymore. Go back and continue climbing the stairs. Lin Feng said, when I'm done, we'll directly start the 6th test. BB Dong's strength had been increasing rapidly. This point had been suppressing Lin Feng, causing him to feel some psychological pressure. So now, Lin Feng wanted to finish the test as soon as possible. We're starting the 6th test immediately? That's too fast, Ma Hongjun said. After all, there was a gap in time between the previous tests. Now, that 2 tests were consecutively, he was a little surprised. Xiaowu said, that's nothing. I think it's pretty good. It's best if the 6th test is similar to the 5th test. That way, we might be able to complete 2 tests in a day. 2 tests in a day. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Ning Rongrong also laughed. Don't think so much. Let's go back and climb the stairs first. Lin Feng said. He waved his hand and quickly led everyone back to the ring-shaped sea filled with the light of the sea god. Lin Feng glanced and found that Xue Qinghe had already reached the 288th step. It was extremely difficult for her to reach such a high place with her strength as a soul sage. Lin Feng remembered that the pressure in that place was almost a realm higher than her. His Highness is really strong. He's almost at the 300th step. He's not far from me, Xiaowu praised. When she left previously, she was at the 340th step. Now that her strength had increased, she estimated that she could go a little further. Yes, His Highness is too strong. Oscar also laughed. But third brother is even stronger. He seems to be at the 480th step. I don't think I can reach this height in my lifetime. Let alone you. I can't go up either. I'm only at the 200th step. Dai Mubai laughed bitterly. I don't even have 200 floors, Ma Hongjun said with a sad face. Stop. Lin Feng interrupted. Don't compare yourself to me here. You guys should make the best use of your time to recover. After I finish the test, the 6th test should begin. Hearing this, everyone didn't have time to talk nonsense, and they all went to meditate to recover. After all, they didn't have the slightest understanding of the 6th test, so it was better for them to face it in their best condition. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't say anything else. He quickly left the crowd and rushed towards Seahorse Douluo. After seeing Lin Feng, Douluo immediately asked respectfully, are you ready to start the test? Tang San's group had given them too many surprises, especially Tang San's strength. It could be said that it was terrifying. And the big brother of this group, Lin Feng, was obviously even stronger. Therefore, Seahorse Douluo treated Lin Feng with more respect than Tang San. There's no hurry. Some of the 7 guardians haven't recovered yet. Let's wait a little longer. Having said that, Lin Feng sat down with his legs crossed and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Seahorse Douluo didn't even have the courage to ask more questions. He also shut his mouth and waited quietly. To be honest, when Seahorse Douluo faced Lin Feng, he felt like he was facing Poseidon a long time ago. The psychological pressure was simply too great, and the Seahorse Douluo was starting to feel a little uneasy. However, he was a titled Douluo after all, and he quickly returned to normal as he tried his best to restrain himself and entered meditation. After about an hour, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Let's start the test." Oh, okay. Seahorse Douluo was jolted awake and hurriedly said, "After the test officially begins, within the next 14 hours, you must defeat us 7 holy pillar guardians one by one." If Seahorse Douluo was still reciting the rules when Lin Feng interrupted him. "All right, you don't have to say any more. I know all of this. Let's start. I have to rush to the next test." Yes. Seahorse Douluo wasn't unhappy at all. He nodded and said. After he finished speaking, he immediately waved his hand at the seahorse holy pillar behind him. In the next second, a golden pillar of light shot through the clouds. The golden light from the other 6 holy pillars also shot into the sky. Soon, 7 golden balls of light appeared in the sky. They represented the 14 hours limit. The test officially begins. Please. Seahorse Douluo cupped his hands and said. After he finished speaking, his martial soul and soul rings appeared. Evidently, he wanted to prevent Lin Feng from sneaking an attack. Please. Lin Feng also cupped his hands and said. Unlike Seahorse Douluo, Lin Feng didn't move at all. He didn't summon his martial soul or soul rings. This made Seahorse Douluo a little confused. Don't tell me that Lin Feng still thinks that the test hasn't started yet? Just as he was thinking about this, Lin Feng didn't waste any time. Instead, he threw a punch at him. On the other hand, Seahorse Douluo was still thinking that Lin Feng didn't have a martial soul or soul power. How strong could his punch be? However, in the next second, he was stunned. This was because Lin Feng, who was more than 40 meters away, appeared in front of him in an instant. His fist landed on his astonished face. Bam! The fist and the face collided, and a muffled sound could be heard. In the next instant, Seahorse Douluo's armor body was sent flying more than 100 meters away. He fell into the sea. How is this possible? There weren't any soul power undulations. He didn't use his martial soul or soul skills either. Lin Feng appeared in front of him in an instant. Then, he threw a punch at him. Given his speed, Seahorse Douluo didn't even have time to react before he was hit. How strong is Lin Feng? Douluo's martial soul? Douluo's titled martial soul? Or is he a titled martial soul master Douluo who's above rank 95? In any case, Seahorse Douluo felt that Lin Feng's strength was infinitely higher. This was because he knew that even the rank 95 Sea Dragon Daw couldn't be so strong without using his martial soul or soul skills. Of course, he was still in the middle of the test. Seahorse Douluo couldn't afford to be distracted. As he thought, he activated his martial soul true body. He turned into a huge seahorse and floated to the surface of the sea. Even if Lin Feng's strength was beyond his imagination, Seahorse Douluo had to complete the test. He had to give it his all. However, when he floated to the surface of the sea, he didn't see Lin Feng at all. It was as if he had disappeared. Bam! Suddenly, there was another punch. Lin Feng flew into the sky and landed a punch on Seahorse Douluo. Even his massive martial soul true body was unable to withstand the punch, and he was completely dazed by it. The Seahorse Douluo's body crashed into the seawater once again, and huge waves surged into the air. To be honest, Seahorse Douluo's head was buzzing. He was sure that with Lin Feng's strength, he could easily defeat him. He activated his martial soul true body and unleashed his full strength. However, he still couldn't catch sight of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was too strong. However, Lin Feng didn't intend to defeat him. It was as if he was toying with him. Seahorse Douluo was furious. He straightened his body and unleashed his ninth soul skill. At this moment, the seawater around him started to churn. A blinding black light shone from Seahorse Douluo's body. Seahorse Douluo charged out of the sea with terrifying soul power undulations. He was covered by a black light barrier. He charged straight for Lin Feng. Seahorse Douluo's ninth soul skill was very powerful. It was both offensive and defensive. Although it drained a lot of soul power, it was the best choice in such an environment. On the other hand, Lin Feng wasn't flustered at all. He leaped into the air and flew several hundred meters into the air, easily dodging the Seahorse Douluo's attack. Where do you think you're going? However, Seahorse Douluo didn't give up. He followed Hui Yuhao into the sky. However, Seahorse Douluo was a sea-type soul master. He was very strong in the sea. However, he was very weak in the sky. More than 300 meters in the air, Seahorse Douluo had lost most of the seawater. Only the black light barrier around his body was still strong. He roared furiously and swung his tail at Lin Feng. Bam! The tail hit Lin Feng, making a crisp sound. However, Lin Feng wasn't sent flying. Instead, Seahorse Douluo was shocked to find that Lin Feng had grabbed his tail single-handedly. He had used all his strength to attack Hui Yuhao's tail. Even a titled soul master like Douluo wouldn't dare to take it head-on. However, Lin Feng was able to grab it single-handedly. His strength scared Seahorse Douluo silly. He froze in the air. He didn't know what to do next. However, Lin Feng didn't stop. He grabbed Seahorse Douluo's body and slammed it into the ground. Lin Feng knew that everyone had to fight for a few minutes. He wasn't going to end the fight quickly. Beating Seahorse Douluo up was the best choice. As for pretending to spar, there was no need for that. Over at the Martial Soul Alliance, Lin Feng was using Thanos' identity to spar. When he was teaching Tang San and Xiao Wu, he had to feed them moves. That was why he pretended to be evenly matched. When it came to feeding moves, Lin Feng would only feed moves to people he was familiar with. As for Seahorse Douluo and the other Holy Pillar protectors, Lin Feng didn't even know them. He couldn't be bothered to pretend. He would just beat them up. Furthermore, doing this would let them know how strong he was. If he wanted to subdue them in the future, it would be a good foundation for them to accept him wholeheartedly. Just like that, Lin Feng beat Seahorse Douluo up for about 3 minutes. He gave Seahorse Douluo some hope every time. Seahorse Douluo would retaliate, but he would still be punched or kicked away by Lin Feng. After the last punch, Seahorse Douluo was finally exhausted. He wouldn't be able to fight for a while. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't continue to beat Seahorse Douluo up. Instead, he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for letting me win." After saying that, he didn't even give Seahorse Douluo a chance to express his feeling of being beaten up. He immediately left and went straight for the second Holy Pillar Protector. Just like that, half an hour passed. Lin Feng looked at Seahorse Douluo, who had been beaten black and blue. He chuckled and said, "Thank you for letting me win." In the next second, the sea god's voice rang out. The 5th test of the sea god's 9 tests. Challenge the 7 Holy Pillar Protectors. You have passed the test in half an hour. You have obtained 40% affinity with the sea god. Your current affinity with the sea god is 90%. Just like before, Lin Feng isolated all the divine power that was descending upon him. At this moment, as the golden light above the sea god's island disappeared, all the protectors were stunned. Seahorse Douluo, in particular, couldn't hide the shock in his eyes, even though his face was black and blue. Tang San had finished the 5th test in 6 hours. That was enough to shock everyone. Even Positi couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. But now, in just half an hour, Lin Feng had succeeded. Everyone was stunned by this speed. Even by Sai, she was shocked. This was because she knew that someone who could challenge 7 titled Douluo in half an hour was simply too frightening. He had to be at least rank 97 or even rank 98. Lin Feng was so young. It was unheard of for him to have such strength. After the shock, Positi didn't waste any time. She left the sea god's temple and hurried over to Lin Feng. At the same time, Lin Feng had returned to the Ringed Sea. Feng Ge is amazing. He said he would finish in half an hour, and he did it in half an hour. Amazing. Ma Hongjun flattered Su Ping at once. Oscar didn't want to be left behind. Feng Ge must have beaten up the titled battle pet warriors Douluo. None of them could have defeated Feng Ge. Let's not talk about that. Lin Feng wasn't moved. He said directly, the great priest should be here soon. Have you recovered? Su Ping had only beaten up a bunch of weaker titled battle pet warriors. That was not worth mentioning. Seahorse Douluo was the only one who was slightly stronger. He was as strong as Shadow Wheel Douluo. Therefore, Lin Feng had beaten him up the most. Of course, Xiao Wu smiled. I think I can climb up to the 350th floor in one breath. Ning Rongrong patted her chest. With my 9 treasures exquisite pagoda, they will be fully recovered in 10 minutes. Half an hour won't be needed. I know how powerful you are. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Saishi appeared in front of everyone. First of all, congratulations on passing the 5th test. Also, I didn't expect you to pass the 5th test so quickly, especially Lin Feng. He finished in half an hour. What a surprise. Po Ziti had already been shocked on the way there. She was able to speak normally. You flatter us, High Priest. Lin Feng cupped his fist with a smile. Po Ziti chuckled. Now that you have passed the 5th test, how long are you going to rest before you start the 6th test? No need to rest. Let's start now, Lin Feng said calmly. Chapter 502. We're starting now. Po Ziti was slightly surprised. After all, they had been given time to rest. It was surprising that they had to continue the test immediately. That's right. Let's start. Lin Feng nodded again. If that's the case, I won't stop you. The 6th test officially begins. As Bai Saishi's voice fell, all sorts of lights bloomed. Everyone received the content of the 6th test. Ma Hongjun said excitedly, this is my last test. As long as I finish the test, I can keep climbing the stairs. Climbing the stairs was a great help to him. It could condense his soul power and increase the speed of his soul power. It was a good place to climb. Damn, it's so difficult. I feel like it's impossible. Oscar suddenly exclaimed. Ma Hongjun was also surprised. He said, fighting against the head priest and holding on for half an hour? That's too difficult. What are you afraid of? Xiao Wu said, it's not like you're alone. We're going to hold on for half an hour. That's right. Everyone's 6th test was to work together and hold on for half an hour against Po Ziti. In everyone's mind, Bai Saishi's strength was comparable to Lord Mie's. Under such circumstances, everyone was a little unsure of what to do. At this time, Tang San said, excluding Feng Ge, it's just the 7 of us. Huh? Ning Rongrong said, that's true. The 7 of us have to hold on for half an hour against the head priest. Then, she looked at Lin Feng curiously. Feng Ge, what's your 6th test? Why aren't you with us? As soon as she said that, everyone looked over her. They were also very curious about this question. However, before Lin Feng could speak, Po Ziti said, Lin Feng's 6th test is to fight me alone and hold on for half an hour against me. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Although Lin Feng was strong, in the eyes of Tang San and the others, it was obvious that he was no match for Mr. Destroy. He was at least 2 or 3 levels lower. But now he had to hold out against Bai Saishi alone for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. This was too difficult. It can't be. How can Feng Ge pass such a difficult test? Xiao Wu asked worriedly. Poseidon quickly said, I haven't finished yet. You will not be facing me at my best. In the 6th test, I can't use the power of the sea or the temple. I can't use my territory either. I can only rely on myself. Also, I can't use my martial soul true body or my 8th and 9th soul skills. The requirements for the test are also very lax. After 5 minutes, as long as one of you is still standing, you will pass the test. Of course, because of the difficulty of the test, you only have one chance to challenge me. The time limit is 1 week. You must choose to challenge me within a week. Otherwise, you will fail. Although Positi was at rank 99 and could even reach the demigod level with the help of the Sea God's Island, with so many restrictions, his power would be reduced by at least 2 levels. This meant that under these restrictions, Positi's power would be equivalent to Douluo, who was at rank 98. Xiaowu was worried because she thought that they would have to face Positi at his best. However, with their current power, they were nothing in front of Tang San and the others. They didn't even need to use a martial soul fusion skill or a 7-man combination skill. They could just fight on their own. With the help of Ning Rongrong and Oscar, they would be able to hold on for half an hour. If they used a combination skill or a martial soul fusion skill, they might be able to defeat Positi. Therefore, when they heard Bai Saishi's words, they all relaxed. This scene confused Positi. She was going to fight personally. Even if there were many restrictions, she was still very strong. Did they think that they could win with just a few soul sages and soul Douluo? As she thought about it, she said, although I have many restrictions, I can still defeat the 7 holy pillar protectors. You have to be careful. Ma Hongjun said proudly, thank you for the reminder, senior. However, the 6th test is too easy for us. We can pass it immediately. Ouch. Before he could finish his sentence, Dai Mubai gave him a knock on the head. Fatty, will you die if you talk less? Look at you. Positi was speechless. As the great consecrator of the Sea God's Island, Positi hadn't fought in a long time. Because she hadn't fought in so many years, there were very few rumors about her in the outside world. This group of youngsters probably hadn't heard of her power, so they looked down on her. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, Lin Feng said, stop chattering. We've rested for so long. Let's start the challenge. Feng Gu is right. Let's get ready and start the challenge. Tang Sen nodded. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. They stopped laughing and became serious. As for Positi, she didn't know what to say. This group of youngsters didn't take her seriously, especially Lin Feng. Even if he fought her alone, he wasn't nervous at all. However, she still reminded them, are you sure you don't want to recover? Do you want to start the 6th test now? After all, this group of youngsters had just challenged the Holy Pillar Protectors. Positi felt that they hadn't fully recovered yet. Yes, let's start now. Tang San confirmed again. Since that's the case, you can choose a place to challenge. As long as it's on the Sea God's Island, anywhere is fine. Positi didn't try to persuade them anymore. Let's do it here, Tang San said with a smile. The foot of the Sea God's Mountain is very spacious. It's enough for us to fight. The circular sea surrounded a large area deep in the mountain. Although there were a few houses built on the empty land, it wouldn't affect the battle at all. Okay. Positi took out an incense stick and said, I'll light it now. When the incense stick burns out, if any of you are still standing, you'll pass this test. Hearing this, Tang Sen didn't say much. He shouted, retreat. Distance yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 of them tacitly ate the sausages that Oscar had prepared in advance and flew back. Seeing this, Positi didn't say much. She lit the incense stick and stuck it into the ground. After looking at Lin Feng, she flew into the air and rushed towards Tang San and the others. As she flew in the air, she summoned her martial soul and soul rings. A huge aura directly pressed down on Tang San and the others. What a strong aura! Fortunately, there are many restrictions. Otherwise, this test will be difficult. Xiaowu said with a relaxed smile. Yes, this aura is too strong. However, if they can only use the first 6 soul skills, they shouldn't be a match for us. Oscar asked, Third brother, how do we fight later? How else can we fight? The corner of Tang San's mouth curled up. Let's senior see our martial soul fusion skill. Okay, Ma Hongjun laughed. I haven't used my fusion skill for a long time. Fortunately, I've been practicing and haven't neglected it. Today, we'll let the seniors see how powerful we are. After he said this, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing leaned against each other. Their martial soul fusion skill was called the 9-color blessing. After using it, they would receive 5 times the enhancement from Ning Rongrong's soul skills. This would increase their overall strength by more than 5 times. Furthermore, their attacks would have a sharpening effect, which was very powerful. After using it, Zhu Zhuqing's strength should be comparable to Douluo's at rank 95. Ning Rongrong was slightly weaker, but she was also at rank 91. On the other side, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai leaned against each other. Their martial soul fusion skill was called the Flaming White Tiger. After using it, their martial souls would be directly revealed. The effect was several times stronger than their martial soul true bodies. Two white tigers that were 20 meters long and covered in flames stood in the air. They were very powerful. Then there were Xiao Wu and Tang San. Their martial soul fusion skill was called rapid movement. From the name, it was obvious that it was mainly used to increase one's speed. After using it, their speed would increase by 10 times. It was very powerful. Of course, this was only the main effect. The secondary effect was to double the combined strength of both of them. Under such circumstances, Xiao Wu's strength was comparable to Douluo's, who was at rank 96. Tang Xin was even more powerful. He was almost at rank 98. Finally, there was Oscar. Originally, no one had used martial soul fusion with him. The main reason was that no one else could withstand two martial soul fusion skills at the same time. However, after Tang San's strength had increased, his endurance had become very strong. After completing his martial soul fusion skill with Xiao Wu, he performed another martial soul fusion with Oscar. Their martial soul fusion skill was called Amplification Zone. It could increase the strength of an open space with a radius of 100 meters. In this open space, the attack power of all teammates would be increased. At the same time, they would add a layer of protection to their teammates. This protection could resist attacks. At the same time, it could reflect some of the attacks. It was very powerful. In an instant, Tang San's team of 7 unleashed their full strength. They exuded a strong aura and waited for Bai Saishi to attack. However, Bai Saishi, who everyone was waiting for, stopped in midair. She had a look of shock on her face. What? Where are all these? How did everyone's strength increase by several times in an instant? Under such circumstances, Bai Saishi felt that she couldn't defeat any one of them within the time it took for an incense to burn, let alone defeat all 7 of them at the same time. At this moment, she didn't even know what had happened to the 7 of them. Martial soul fusion skill? It didn't seem like it. Martial soul fusion skills were very rare. They required a very high level of martial soul fusion. These 7 people's strength had increased tremendously. Obviously not. However, a martial soul fusion skill was the result of 2 soul masters working together. How did everyone become stronger? Obviously, this wasn't a martial soul fusion skill. But if it wasn't, what was it? The skill that Tang San's team used was too high-end. It required a very high level of control over one's soul power and systematic martial soul fusion skill training. Now, they were able to enhance their martial soul fusion skill at the same time. It was the result of several years of practice. It was really rare. Therefore, Bai Saishi couldn't imagine what had happened to make Tang San's team so powerful. Third brother, why isn't she coming over? I saw that the incense has already started burning, Xiao Wu asked doubtfully. I don't know. Maybe she's observing us. Tang San said, Everyone, don't take the initiative to attack. Just defend. Because Bai Saishi suddenly stopped moving, everyone's battle plan was disrupted. But they knew that as long as they defended well, they could pass the 6th test. Yes, everyone nodded in response. As for Bai Saishi, after realizing that she couldn't understand their situation, she didn't think too much and quickly attacked. After all, they were still in the middle of the test. If she continued to be in a daze, she would be considered to be going easy on them and would be punished. Therefore, in order to avoid punishment, she had to attack quickly. Take Xiao Wu, Fatty, attack. The rest of you defend. Tang Xin quickly ordered. In an instant, the 3 of them rushed out and intercepted Bai Saishi. The rest stayed where they were and didn't rush to follow. The 4 of them exchanged blows, and Bai Saishi was easily stopped by the 3 of them. Very good. Your strength is beyond my imagination. Bai Saishi said, Now you have 2 choices. First, I admit defeat and you will get the basic reward. Second, I remove some of the restrictions. You can use your 7th and 8th soul skills. In this case, If you can hold on for half an hour, the reward will be greatly increased. According to the current situation, no matter how experienced Saishi was, she was limited by her strength. She had no chance of winning, which was why she said such words. Hearing this, Xiao Wu and the rest stopped attacking and retreated to Tang San's side. Saishi didn't chase after them. She just stood quietly in the air. Third brother, what's your choice? Everyone looked at Tang San and asked. Hearing this, Tang San pondered and said, she hasn't used her 7th and 8th soul skills yet. Under such circumstances, she's already evenly matched with the 3 of you. If she removes some of the restrictions, her strength will at least double. According to the current situation, if we all attack her together, we should be able to deal with her doubled strength. Therefore, my choice is the second choice. Senior, we choose the second choice. After Tang San said this, he didn't even discuss it with the rest. Xiao Wu and the rest didn't say anything because they believed that Tang San would make the right choice. Very good. Saishi smiled and said, since that's the case, all of you better be prepared. I won't show any mercy later. Although she couldn't use her 9th soul skill, her martial soul, true body, and 8th soul skill were enough to double her strength. Coupled with her 100 years of fighting experience, even if she faced Tang San and the rest, Saishi was confident of winning. Chapter 503. After some of the restrictions were removed, Positi did not waste any time and immediately activated her martial soul true body. Following this, Positi's 8th soul skill also lit up. The pressure that Tang San and the rest gave her was too great. She did not feel safe after releasing her martial soul true body, so she also activated her 8th soul skill. At this moment, Positi became extremely huge. Her body shone with a blue light that illuminated the entire Sea God's Island. On the other side, Tang San laughed when he saw this scene. Since Senior wants to fight us in one move, we won't hold back anymore. Brothers, let's use our combination skill. Tang San shouted and stood at the front. All right, let Senior know how powerful we are. A group of people responded and came to Tang San's side. In fact, according to Tang San's estimation, even if Positi used her 8th soul skill, they could still resist it if they worked together. However, to be safe, it was better to use their combination skill. Now that they were in the state of a martial soul fusion skill, their combination skill would be their strongest attack. They could even fight Douluo, who was at the peak of rank 99. At this moment, the 7 of them linked their soul power. A huge wave of soul power spread out with Tang San as the center. The sand around them was swept up by the strong wind. Half of the sky darkened. The water in the ring-shaped sea was also churning. Tang San, who was at the front of the 7 people, emitted 9-colored light from his body as he rose into the air. Opposite him, Positi also shone brightly. The 2 of them stared at each other. Tang San's eyes were calm, but Saishi's eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? How did Tang San withstand such a huge amount of energy? Tang San and the rest combination skill had 2 forms. One was to strengthen one person and increase their abilities greatly. The other was to materialize their soul power and attack with all their might. The latter was a one-off attack, while the former was continuous. Comparing the two, it was obvious that the enhancement was greater. However, this amplification was extremely demanding on a soul master's body. If he couldn't withstand it, his body would explode and he would die. As for Tang San, before he came to the Sea God's Island, he could withstand a 7-man joint attack. However, it was still extremely risky for him to use a soul fusion skill while he was still in the middle of it. Fortunately, after a year of tempering, Tang San's physical fitness had undergone a qualitative change. Coupled with the breakthrough in his spiritual power, he was able to successfully endure it now. Otherwise, in the past, he would definitely die. Senior, I'm sorry for the offense. Although Tang San could withstand this powerful boost for now, it could not last long. He had to act quickly. Therefore, without hesitation, he threw a punch at Poseidon. Good lad. The gigantic Poseidon did not hesitate. The blue light quickly gathered on her right fist. In the next second, She gathered her strength and punched out. Although Tang San's aura was strong, his true strength could only be revealed after a collision. Right now, Bai Saishi's full-powered punch was comparable to a rank 99 title Douluo. She didn't believe that she couldn't block it. Before the two fists were close, the powerful soul power fluctuations compressed the surrounding air to the extreme. It was as if space was about to crack. Under this extreme pressure, the two fists finally collided. Suddenly, Poseidon's expression changed drastically. Strong. So strong. With her current strength, she could not withstand this punch at all. She could die if she took it head-on. More importantly, their fists had already collided. It was too late for Poseidon to dodge. All she could do was increase her strength. At this moment, Poseidon no longer cared about the rules. She immediately activated her 9th soul skill. Her body grew larger and shone with golden light. At the same time, the light of the sea god gathered around Poseidon to help her block this punch. The 9-colored light and the blue-gold light collided. It was as if two giants were wrestling. Boom! Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from middle. Very quickly, Tang San took 3 steps back in the air. His face was flushed. Evidently, this punch was not easy for him. His entire arm was trembling. On the other side, Poseidon's martial soul true body was shattered. She flew back a few hundred meters and rolled in the air. In the end, Poseidon was not prepared at the beginning. Even though she borrowed strength, she was still a little slow. Therefore, she was at a great disadvantage after this punch. Her martial soul true body was shattered. In the end, Poseidon lost the battle and was slightly injured. As for Tang San, he wasn't in a good state either. The impact of the collision between the two forces was too great. After unleashing that punch, his entire body was drained of strength. The soul force in his body was also completely depleted, and he directly fell from the sky. Xiao Wu's eyes were sharp, and her hands were quick. She immediately leaped up and caught Tang San, who was falling from the sky. At this moment, the 7 of them were not in a good state either. After all, they had to maintain their martial soul fusion skills and their combination skills. Under Poseidon's attack, their soul power was greatly depleted. It was difficult for them to continue fighting. In the distance, Poseidon's soul power was in a mess. She quickly recovered with the help of the light of the sea god. Then, she came in front of the 7 of them. At this moment, Lin Feng did not watch from afar. He walked over. Although Poseidon had broken the rules and used her 9th soul ring, according to the rules, 15 minutes had not passed yet. Poseidon might attack Tang San and the rest. They had to be careful. Fortunately, Poseidon knew her limits. She said, "Just now I broke the rules and used my 9th soul skill. Otherwise, I would have lost. Therefore, all of you have passed this test. Your strength has completely exceeded my expectations, especially those powerful soul skills. I'm full of admiration. Congratulations." To be honest, Tang San and the rest performance had shattered Poseidon's worldview. The main thing was that these soul skills and whatnot were simply too surprising. There were only a few soul sages and soul Douluo. Even if they teamed up, they would not be able to resist a title Douluo under normal circumstances. However, not only were the 7 of them able to resist Douluo, who was at the peak of rank 99, but they could even take 1 or 2 blows from her. It was important to know that she had used her full strength earlier. Under such circumstances, her opponents were not injured. They were only drained of soul power. It was too shocking. Not to mention the shock in Bai Saishi's heart. Tang San and the others immediately relaxed after hearing Bai Saishi's words. "I can't take it anymore. I'm too tired. I need to rest." Ma Hongjun panted heavily and sat on the ground. The rest were not in a good state either. They panted and quickly recovered their strength. This was especially so for Tang San. He was dizzy and could not speak. At this moment, the sea god's voice sounded in everyone's minds. "You have completed the 6th of the 6 black exams. You have used your powerful auxiliary abilities to help your teammates pass the exam quickly. You have displayed extremely strong talents and abilities. Your fusion skills and combination skills are extremely powerful. The difficulty has increased once, and the reward has increased. The examiner has violated the rules, and the reward has increased again. You have passed all 6 black exams. You are now rewarded with black level authority on the Sea God's Island. You are rewarded with 3 ranks of soul power and 3,000 years of cultivation for all your soul rings. This announcement was heard by Oscar. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun also heard the same thing. The only difference was that some of the rewards had been changed. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu did not pass all the exams. The notification they received was different from Ma Hongjun and the rest. However, their rewards were the same. They were rewarded with 3 ranks of soul power and 3,000 years of cultivation for all their soul rings. As for Tang San, his reward was the same as before. He was rewarded with Sea God Affinity. This time, the affinity reward was 50%. Logically speaking, Tang San's affinity should have reached 125%. However, in the end, his affinity was stuck at 99%. It was obvious that this was a hurdle that he could not cross at the moment. At the right moment, Lin Feng appeared beside Tang San and isolated him from the sea god's power. At this moment, because Poseidon was too close, she seemed to have sensed something. However, Lin Feng took this into consideration when he made his move. He used his spiritual power to block the situation here. This way, Poseidon might suspect something, but if she did not see it, she would not ask. "Oh, I'm rank 77 now. That's too strong." Ma Hongjun shouted excitedly. "As long as I increase by 3 ranks, I'll be able to absorb a God-bestowed soul ring. At that time, I'll be like third brother and obtain 100,000-year soul ring." Dai Mubai was also in a good mood. He laughed and said, "Fatty, you're only rank 77. You're too weak. I'm 79 and feel that I'll be able to break through soon. At that time, my 8 soul ring will be 100,000-year soul ring. You can be jealous." At this moment, except for Lin Feng and Xue Qinghe, everyone had a God-bestowed soul ring. They were preparing to use it when they broke through. Oscar also laughed and said, "I'm still 4 ranks away. However, my body is weaker. I don't know if my 8th soul ring can reach 100,000-year soul ring." Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai had strong bodies. It was not a problem for them to withstand 100,000-year soul ring. Oscar was a little weaker, so he was a little worried. Lin Feng laughed and said, "Don't worry. If you guys use your God-bestowed soul rings, you'll definitely get 100,000-year soul ring. Don't worry. Now, your goal is to improve even more on the basis of 100,000-year soul ring." Originally, Oscar was still a little worried. However, now that Lin Feng said that he could do it, he was no longer worried. He would definitely succeed. At this moment, Saishi felt like she was part of the background. She did not fit in with everyone. At this moment, Lin Feng said, "All right, all of you go and rest. Recover well. In 3 days, those who are going to climb the stairs will climb the stairs. Those who are going to take the test can continue." "Yes," everyone answered and quickly left. At this moment, only Saishi and Lin Feng were left on the spot. Lin Feng could see that Saishi had many doubts in her heart and wanted to ask him. However, Lin Feng did not have time to explain. He took a step forward and said, "Senior, how long will it take for you to recover? I can start the test at any time. I've already recovered. If you want to start, you can start now. The conditions for the test are the same as the others. I can only use my first 6 soul skills. Of course, if you want to increase the difficulty, I can remove some of the restrictions. This way, when you complete the test, the rewards will be better," Saishi said. Although Saishi was injured earlier, she was nourished by the power of the sea god on Sea God's Island and recovered quickly. "Senior, you can remove some of the restrictions." Lin Feng smiled. Although the rewards for the 9 tests of the sea god were only sea god affinity, there was nothing serious. However, this sea god affinity was very important to Lin Feng. Therefore, the more the better. In fact, it was not only important to him. It was also very important to Tang San. This was because this was a special kind of godly power. Lin Feng had isolated it and stored it in his body. In the future, when he condensed his godly seat, it would be very useful. Very good. Very courageous. Baisaishi smiled and said, I'll use my first 8 soul skills. You just have to withstand my attacks for 5 minutes. Then you'll pass the 6th test. After she finished speaking, she took out another stick of incense and lit it. Then she placed it to one side. The test begins. As soon as he finished his words, Baisaishi charged at Linfeng. On the other hand, Linfeng was not going to be careless when facing someone as strong as Baisaishi. He could not be like before and not use his soul power and soul skills. At this moment, he immediately used the armored demonic bear transformation to increase his strength. What a powerful amplification soul skill. Baisaichi's eyes focused as she increased her speed. Baisaichi knew the least about Linfeng's martial soul and soul skills. She had not even seen them before. Therefore, she was very surprised when she saw them. Although she was surprised, she wasn't slow at all. Seeing that Linfeng wanted to dodge, she immediately followed up and threw a punch at him. Unlike when she faced Tang San, Baisaichi wanted to test Linfeng's strength. Therefore, she did not use her full strength right from the start. On the other hand, Linfeng did not want to reveal too much either. His plan was very simple. He wanted to counter every move that came his way and last for 5 minutes. After all, the more time passed, the more experience he would gain. Linfeng wanted to fight for a longer period of time. With this thought in mind, Linfeng and Baisaichi started a fight. At the start, it was a normal fight. They were both restrained. However, as time passed, Baisaichi used more and more soul skills. Linfeng's defense also became more unpredictable. At one side, Tang San and the rest had already gathered together and were watching quietly. Feng Gu is so strong. He's actually on par with the head consecrator. That's right. We have never seen Feng Gu fight with his full strength. I wonder if we will have the chance to see it today. I don't think so. Feng Gu looks so relaxed. He's doing it on purpose. I think he hasn't fought in a long time. He's just warming up his muscles. Everyone was talking about it. It was very lively. Chapter 504. Linfeng's abilities had always been a mystery to everyone. Now that he was locked in battle with Poseidon, everyone was filled with anticipation. They wanted to see where Linfeng's limit was. However, Linfeng could not be forced to use his full strength because of Poseidon's restrictions. Obviously, Poseidon knew that too. Linfeng had blocked her attack with all her strength, which made her feel very uncomfortable. She felt that Linfeng was playing with her on purpose. He was just stalling for time. If she hadn't violated the rules before, Bibi Dong would have continued to use her 9th soul skill now. However, she knew that she could not. She had been warned that if she did it again, she would be punished. Just like that, the two of them continued to fight. Soon, half an hour passed. Suddenly, Poseidon struck out with her palm. Linfeng also struck out with his palm. Boom! With a muffled sound, the two of them separated and stood on the left and right side. Half an hour has passed. Feng Gu and the High Priest are locked in battle. He's too strong. That's right. The head consecrator used all of his soul skills, but Brother Feng easily dispelled them. Furthermore, I've never seen those soul skills before. They're too strong. Although there's no evidence, I feel that those soul skills are not Feng Ji's own. He must have learned them from someone else. After the battle, Tang San's side began to discuss. On the field, Linfeng smiled and cupped his hands at Baisai. Senior, thank you for letting me win. Ding. After an evenly matched battle, the host and the rank 99 titled Douluo Poseidon are tied. Your battle experience has increased. You have gained 118624815 experience points. He had gained more than 100 million experience points from this battle. This was worthy of Poseidon's status. Unfortunately, Poseidon did not use his full strength this time. There were too many restrictions. Otherwise, he would have gained more experience points. Hearing this, Baisaichi nodded slightly and immediately said, I can see that you did not use your full strength just now. How about we fight again? It's just a simple spar, not a test. I want to test your strength. Let's not. Linfeng laughed. I feel a little tired. I don't want to fight anymore. Today's experience points were already in his hands, so he didn't want to fight anymore. At this moment, the sea god's voice sounded. You have completed the 6th test of the sea god's 9 tests. You have relied on your strength to hold off Poseidon alone for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Furthermore, the difficulty has increased. The final reward is 70% sea god affinity. Currently, your total sea god affinity is 99%. This time, he had obtained a lot of sea god's power, and a smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. At the same time, he separated it. Now that he had so much divine power, he could actually use it to inherit the sea god's deity position. After all, it was an inherited deity position. With so much divine power guiding it, it was enough to pass the deity position down from the deity realm for someone to inherit. If he were to condense it himself, this little bit of divine power would not be enough. Lin Feng did not plan to use this little bit of divine power to condense the deity position. This was a kind of qualitative change. He planned to use this as a catalyst, and at the last moment of condensing the deity position, he would make an impact. Here was an example. If you had 50 million units of faith power, you could try to condense the deity position. However, at this time, your chances of becoming a god would only be 50%. If you failed, you would use up all your faith power. At this time, the chances of failure were very high. Obviously, you would not try. Instead, you would continue to accumulate faith power to increase your chances of condensing the deity position. If you had 100 million units of faith power, you would have a 100% chance of condensing it. However, the further you went, the more difficult it would be to obtain the faith power. Perhaps you would only be able to obtain 80 million units at most. At this time, if you felt that it was not safe, you could use the divine power to increase your chances of success. A small portion of divine power was equivalent to 1 million units of faith power. Therefore, the effect of this thing was extremely strong. Of course, Lin Feng was very confident in condensing the deity position. He believed that with his future achievements, he would be able to obtain enough faith power to condense the deity position. He was collecting the divine power now as insurance. If it was not enough, he would use it. Besides, even if he didn't need it, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others could use it. Although he could bring a few people to the divine realm when he became a god, it was obviously better if he could become a god himself. If that's the case, congratulations on passing the 6th test. Oh right, I remember you said that you would take the 7th test in 3 days? Poseidon asked. That's right. Senior, come back in 3 days. Let's rest first. Lin Feng nodded. Okay. Poseidon did not say much and quickly left. When Tang San and the others saw this, they immediately surrounded Lin Feng and flattered him. Of course, Lin Feng did not indulge in their flattery. He laughed and scolded them. All of you, hurry up and recover. From tomorrow onwards, all of you will climb the stairs. On average, you will climb 5 flights of stairs in a day. All right, those who have not completed the test will take a day off the day after tomorrow. Those who have completed the test will have to complete the target every day. Hearing this, everyone's faces were bitter. Climbing 5 flights of stairs in a day did not sound like much, but in reality, it was extremely difficult. After all, the higher they went, the more difficult it would be to climb each flight of stairs. Sometimes, they might not even be able to climb 1 flight of stairs after half a day. Under such circumstances, it was too difficult to climb 5 flights of stairs in a day. What are you all for? Lin Feng shouted. I think all of you are just lazy because you don't have any pressure on you. I remember your previous flight of stairs. I will check once a week. If you don't climb 35 flights of stairs, you will be beaten up by me. Humans were lazy. Even Zhu Zhuqing did not cultivate all day. Now that they had stayed on the Sea God's Island for a year, everyone's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Many of them were satisfied, and they had completely let go of their stress. If Lin Feng allowed them to train as they pleased, it might be effective, but the efficiency would not be very high. After all, once a person was satisfied, they would be content with the status quo. They would not step out of their comfort zone. Instead, they would train according to their own ideas. However, if Lin Feng gave them pressure, their efficiency would increase by a lot. After all, if they did not complete the task, they would be beaten up. Furthermore, if you were the only one who did not complete the task, then you would be the only one who would be beaten up. You will be laughed at. Under this kind of pressure, the effect will be even better. Lin Feng did not say this requirement of 5 flights of stairs out of nowhere. After observing for a while, he discovered that on average, they could climb 3 flights of stairs in a day. Now that it was only 2 flights of stairs, it was not difficult. Isn't it just 35 flights of stairs? Isn't that easy? I can definitely complete it, Xiao Wu said with a relaxed expression. Oscar, on the other hand, had a bitter look on his face. Fengge, my body is a little weak. Can you reduce it a little? 30 flights of stairs in a week. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng knocked him on the head. 30 flights of stairs. 30 flights of stairs. Who do you think I'm talking about when I say lazy people? I'm talking about you and Fatty. 2 grown men, but you can't even compare to Rong Rong. One of you is at the 141st flight, and the other is at the 178th flight. How embarrassing. Also, Xiao Ao, don't use this excuse in the future. The pressure of the sea god's light varies from person to person. Everyone's foundation and the amount of pressure increased by each flight of stairs are different. Logically speaking, the 7 of you should be at the same level except for Xiao San and Xiao Wu. But now, look at how big the gap is between all of you. The fastest Take Shi is at the 257th flight. The gap between all of you is too big. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun rubbed his nose and didn't say anything. Oscar, on the other hand, lowered his head with a red face. He was very ashamed because Lin Feng was right. All this time, because he was an auxiliary-type soul master, and because his soul power rank was the lowest, his requirements for himself were the lowest out of the 7 of them. Every time he was tired and was about to reach his limit, Oscar would tell himself, I'm just an auxiliary-type soul master anyway. This is already very good, and I don't need to continue. In reality, he still had a lot of potential that he hadn't discovered yet. Furthermore, everyone still remembered that Lin Feng had said before that auxiliary-type soul masters weren't weaker than other soul masters. The only thing that was weak was actually their own hearts. Fengge, I'll work hard, Oscar suddenly said with a determined expression. I want to climb 40 flights of stairs in a week. I want to climb 40 flights of stairs too. Ma Hongjun said loudly and set a goal for himself. Seeing that everyone else also wanted to climb 40 flights of stairs, Lin Feng hurriedly said, Don't be silly. I remember teaching you guys the phrase, going too far is as bad as falling short a long time ago. Have you all forgotten it now? The 35th flight of stairs is already a big goal. You guys should reach it first. If you feel that it's not enough in the future, you can increase it again. If you directly use too much strength and get injured, I won't heal you. Oh, everyone's original enthusiasm cooled down slightly. However, they had already listened to Lin Feng's words. What they had to do now was to persevere and turn the pressure into motivation to improve themselves. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, Okay, go rest and recover. We'll start climbing the stairs tomorrow. Everyone didn't continue to talk nonsense and quickly returned to their rooms to meditate and recover. Just like that, 3 days passed quickly. On the second day after the break, everyone was full of enthusiasm and met the requirements one by one. Tang Sin even managed to climb up 8 flights of stairs. It was very impressive. On the third day, only Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were going to climb stairs. As for the others, they were all recovering their strength to prepare for the upcoming 7th test. This morning, not long after everyone finished their breakfast, Poseides' figure appeared in front of everyone. Good morning, everyone. Are you all ready for the 7th test? Senior, please begin our 7th test. Lin Feng didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Okay. Poseides nodded lightly and waved her hand. A light blue light swept across everyone. Soon, the content of the 7th test appeared in front of everyone. My test is to assist the 3rd brother and help him pull out the divine artifact in the Poseidon Palace, Poseidon's trident. Ning Rong said with her mouth wide open. Divine artifact? Is this for real? Xiao Wu said, That's not my test. My seventh test is to comprehend the divine essence of Poseidon's trident. Zhu Zhuqing said, mine is the same as Xiao Wu's. It's to comprehend the divine essence. Soon, Xiao Wu said, Rong Rong, your test is to assist the third brother in pulling out the Poseidon's trident. Does that mean that the third brother's test is to pull out the divine artifact? Tang San nodded and said, yes, my seventh test is to pull out the Poseidon's trident. Xiao Wu immediately asked, what about Fengge? Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and said, my seventh test is different from yours. My test is to withstand the impact of the Poseidon's light. Last 1 minute and I'll pass. There are a total of 3 challenges. The Poseidon's light was a diluted version of the Poseidon's divine power. It was filled with the Poseidon's aura. If Lin Feng really wanted to inherit the Poseidon's position in this test, it would be very easy. He could easily withstand it and even absorb the power. Lin Feng even suspected that the Poseidon's test was deliberately given by the Poseidon to modify his body so that it would be easier for him to bear the Poseidon's position. As for the Poseidon's trident that Tang San pulled out, it would probably be his in the future because the Poseidon's choice was him. Unfortunately, Lin Feng had no intention of inheriting the Poseidon's position at all. Therefore, when he withstood the impact of the Poseidon's light, he needed to completely defend himself and not let the power invade his body. This was a big test for him. The main reason was that Lin Feng had never experienced it before. He was not confident. After all the islands in the ring-shaped sea were enveloped by the Poseidon's light. Its power was still very strong. He was afraid that he would not be able to withstand it. Your test locations are near the Poseidon's palace. Follow me, Poseidon said. After saying that, she ran straight up. Her body was protected by the red light. In this state, the pressure of the Poseidon's light did not affect her at all. There were more than 1,000 steps. In a few jumps, she reached the top. Seeing this, Lin Feng said, use the power of your test to cover yourself. Then you can go up easily. The pressure on the stairs was like a security door. The test power on everyone's body was like a key. As long as the light appeared, they would be able to avoid being disturbed by the pressure. After Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others passed the black level test, they immediately had black level authority. They could also go up directly. Of course, the 7th test had nothing to do with the 3 of them now. At this time, they could only struggle to climb the stairs. Lin Feng and the others followed Poseidon's footsteps. Soon, they arrived at the open space in front of the Poseidon's palace. This is the Poseidon's palace. I usually cultivate here. The Poseidon's weapon, the Poseidon's trident, is in the center of the palace. Follow me, Poseidon said as she turned and walked into the palace. Seeing this, no one hesitated and immediately followed. They would soon be able to see the divine artifact. Their hearts were filled with curiosity. Chapter 505. The Sea God's Palace was the strangest building on the Sea God's Island. Before they even entered, they noticed that there were huge stone pillars in front of the palace. They had seen these pillars when they were climbing the stairs. However, because of the angle, they could only see the top of the pillars. Now that they were closer, they could see more clearly. There were all kinds of sea spirit beasts engraved on the pillars. Only a few of them had seen before. Most of them had never been seen before. It was an eye-opener for them. Soon, they crossed the empty space and arrived at the entrance of the palace. As soon as they entered, they realized that the 7 holy pillar guardians were already waiting in the palace. When they saw them, the 7 of them bowed and said, "Greetings, head consecrator." "Greetings, 5 lords." The head consecrator was naturally Bai Sai Shi. The 5 lords they were referring to were Lin Feng and the others. After all, the 5 of them had at least red rank authorization. The 7 holy pillar guardians only had black rank authorization. Naturally, they had to address them as lords. "How are the preparations?" Bai Sai Shi asked. "Everything is ready. The test can begin at any time." Sea Dragon Douluo, who was leading the group, said, "Very good. You may leave." Bai Sai Shi waved his hand. "Yes." Sea Dragon Douluo nodded and led the other 6 people away. At this time, Bai Sai Shi said to the group, The test location is in front. Follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, Baisai did not wait for their reply and walked forward. Seeing this, Tang San and the others did not hesitate and quickly followed. As they walked into the palace, Lin Feng realized that the sea god's palace was very dark. There was not a single window in the entire palace other than the door. Lin Feng was willing to call this architectural style a ghost. If a normal person lived here, they would probably go crazy in no time. However, the palace was very spacious. There were no decorations at all. One could see the end of the palace. There were 8 very special platforms in the innermost area. They formed an arch shape, and 7 of them formed a circle surrounding the innermost platform. If everyone looked closely, they would discover that the 7 platforms were the same as the 7 holy pillar protectors on the sea god's island. However, they were smaller, and there were no pillars in the middle. As for the platform that was being guarded, it was a bit taller than the other 7 platforms. It was round, and there was nothing special about it. In the center of the platform, there was a long stick erected. It was completely black, and the top of it was shaped like a capital W. It was the Neptune's trident. Lin Feng scanned it with his mind power, but he didn't find anything special about it. It seemed that all the power had been withdrawn. Soon, Poseidon led the group to the central platform. She turned around and said with a kind face, "Before you start the 7th test, let me tell you a story. It's about the sea. Do you know how big a sea is?" After saying that, Poseidon seemed to be immersed in some kind of memory. He didn't care if everyone agreed or not, and continued. "The sea is very big. It's beyond your imagination. It's 4 times the size of the land. In this boundless sea, there are many more aquatic spirit beasts than on land. After all, compared to the number of soul cultivators on land, the number of soul cultivators in the sea is too small. A large number of sea soul beasts are not killed by soul cultivators, and their numbers are immeasurable. If they lose control and start fighting with each other, the sea will become even more chaotic than the land. Many, many years ago, the aquatic spirit beasts in the sea were very chaotic. There's a saying that goes, 'Heroes come from troubled times.' The continent was also very chaotic a few hundred years ago. After a few heroes came into being, it became the current situation. Among the many aquatic spirit beasts, there was a super genius. He used his entire life to travel to every corner of the sea with his trident. With his powerful strength and charm, he conquered many powerful races in the sea. In the end, it took him 1,001 years to unify the entire sea. He was revered as the god of the sea by all the aquatic spirit beasts. In the end, he became a god and ascended to the god realm. Now that countless years have passed, the sea is still very peaceful. This is all because of the god of the sea." After saying that, Poseidon suddenly looked at Lin Feng and Tang San and said seriously, "The 2 of you are going to accept the inheritance of the god of the sea. Although I don't know why the god of the sea would send 2 of the 9 tests of the sea god, I'm sure the god of the sea has made a decision. I hope the 2 of you can complete the test." After Poseidon finished speaking, Tang San smiled and said, "Senior, we will complete it." Suddenly, Xiaowu asked curiously, "Senior, can humans really live for more than 1,000 years? Soul masters were powerful, and they aged slowly. Typically, titled Douluo could live for hundreds of years. For example, Hong Yifeng, the golden wheel Douluo of the Soul Master Alliance, was at rank 98, and he was over 600 years old. But 1,000 years was still shocking. Xiaowu had never heard of it before. Poseidon smiled and said, "You should know that a normal soul master can live for more than 100 years. But if you become a titled Douluo, you can live for more than 300 years. After that, you can live for more than 100 years with every increase in your strength. This means that when you reach rank 97, you can live for more than 1,000 years." The sea god was a rank 99 pinnacle Douluo and had a lifespan of 1,200 years. After he ascended to the god realm, he gained immortality. Everyone was enlightened when they heard these words. Even Lin Feng nodded his head secretly. He had forgotten most of the things in the original work, or he hadn't seen them before. So, there were many things he didn't know. Now that he heard this, he felt that his knowledge had increased. Poseidon continued. Even with the god of the sea's talent, it took him more than 1,000 years to reach rank 100 and become a god. Do you know why? Everyone shook their heads. Lin Feng pricked up his ears and listened carefully. He only had a rough idea of how to become a god. There were many things he didn't understand. Now, that Poseidon was going to explain, Lin Feng had to remember. Because of the rules, Poseidon said casually, "The god of the sea said that our world has its own rules. The strength of a titled Douluo at rank 99 is the upper limit of the world's rules. I'm at the same level now. I've reached the peak of my strength. At this point, it's hard for me to improve. Unless I can break the rules. Break the rules of this world, surpass the rules of this world, and become a god high above. But to break the rules, it's no longer possible to succeed with one's strength. The god of the sea relied on the power of faith of countless sea spirit beasts, oceanids, and sea spirit masters in the endless sea. And this power of faith lasted for hundreds of years. In the end, he gathered a huge amount of power of faith in himself and successfully formed a god's seat, ascending to the divine realm. Hearing this, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others stole a glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng seemed to have said something similar in Heavendo City. As long as the power of faith was strong enough, one could form a god's seat. Now that Poseidon had said it, it was clear that Lin Feng was on the right path to becoming a god. As long as they followed Lin Feng, all 7 of them could become gods. Lin Feng felt that he was being glanced at, but he didn't care. He continued to listen to Poseidon. The god of the sea also said that if you want to accept the power of faith of others, you have to be not a believer. I'm a believer of the god of the sea, and Douluo of the Martial Spirit Palace is a believer of the angel god. We don't have the right to accept the power of faith. Of course, even if you can accept the power of faith, it's very difficult to become a god. The god of the sea took 1,000 years. What about us? So, the path to becoming a god is very difficult. But other than that, there's a shortcut. That's to get the god's approval and inherit the god's seat. Gods don't die, but once you reach level 100, you can only stay in this world for 100 years. After 100 years, you have to leave this world and ascend to the divine realm. Usually, before a god leaves, they will leave behind a part of their divine consciousness to form a test ground, just like the sea god's island. This is the test ground that the god of the sea left behind. As long as someone can get the god's approval, the god will send down a special god's test, which is the 9 tests of the sea god. As long as you pass all of them, the god of the sea will use a special method to pass down the god's seat. At that time, one of you will become the god of the sea and rule over millions of people in the sea. When Poseidon mentioned the god of the sea, his originally calm emotions slowly became excited. At the end of his speech, his voice became louder and louder, echoing in the dim hall for a long time. As his voice fell, other than Tang San, who was still calm, the others all had faces of shock. They were not shocked that Lin Feng and Tang San were going to become the god of the sea, but that the story and the method of becoming a god were shocking. The method was similar to what Lin Feng had said before. Although it was not exactly the same, it was at least 90% similar. The reason why I'm telling you all this is because you have all passed the first 6 tests. In the future, you will have at least red level clearance on the Sea God's Island. This is something that you should know. Also, I want to tell you one more thing. The first 6 tests were mainly issued by me and Douluo. What you're going to face next is the real test of the God of the Sea. Whether it is difficult or easy depends on your luck. Poseidon pointed behind him. The trident that the god of the sea held in the sea god's arena is the trident that the god of the sea once held. It contains a lot of the god of the sea's power and is very powerful. Other than Lin Feng, the 7th test for the rest of you is related to this weapon. I hope that you will succeed. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked in the direction that Poseidon was pointing at and looked at the trident. At this moment, the trident seemed to have a mind of its own. It emitted a faint blue light that illuminated the surroundings. At this moment, Poseidon continued, The four of you, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu's test is to understand the charm of the sea god's trident. You'll go first. After the test is over, Ning Rongrong will assist Tang San in pulling out the sea god's trident. The god of the sea once said that if you want to gain the approval of the sea god's trident, you will need to have an extremely strong belief. So, Tang San, my test for you is only one word: belief. Belief. My belief is very strong. Tang San muttered. There were too many people that he needed to protect. Xiao Wu, his parents, the Grandmaster, the Soul Master Alliance, and Feng Ge. Although Feng Ge was very strong and did not need his protection, Tang San had always thought this way. He would definitely succeed in the end. Xiao Wu squeezed Tang San's hand to encourage him. Tang San smiled and was not too nervous. Poseidon looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, your test is last. After Tang San pulls out the sea god's trident, you will stand in the center of the sea god's arena and receive the impact of the light of the sea god. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded in understanding. I understand. When he was observing just now, Lin Feng realized that these 8 platforms were like a special array. Now it seemed that it was indeed so. Below this array should be the energy center of the entire sea god's island. The source of the light of the sea god was here. Since you understand, I will not waste any more time. You may begin the test. After saying this, Poseidon leaped out of the range of the platforms. At this moment, the sea god's trident released a faint blue light. It was not very bright, but it was enough to illuminate the entire sea god's arena. Lin Feng said, Xiao Wu, you are older than Takeshi. Go, you are first. Okay. Although she was a little nervous, Xiao Wu was not timid. After she finished speaking, she walked towards the sea god's trident. Soon, she arrived beside the trident. Do your best, Tang San said. Xiao Wu turned around to look at the crowd. Then, without hesitation, she gripped the trident with both hands. In an instant, Xiao Wu closed her eyes and unconsciously released her hands. The faint blue light from the trident enveloped her. Her entire body was slowly lifted into the air by this power. At this moment, Tang San was extremely nervous. He was afraid that Xiao Wu would fail the test. As for Lin Feng, he was also highly focused. He was prepared to take action at any time to cut off the connection between the sea god and Xiao Wu. Although he thought that Xiao Wu would be able to pass the 7th test easily, he was still a little worried when the test really began. Just like this, time slowly passed in this tense atmosphere. After about 15 minutes, Xiao Wu slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 506. The moment Xiao Wu opened her eyes, a blue light flickered in her eyes. The trident also released a dazzling blue light that resonated with it, illuminating the entire sea god's palace. Feng Ge. Tang San looked at Lin Feng and asked. He didn't know anything about this test, so he wasn't very clear about Xiao Wu's current situation. He wanted to hear what Lin Feng had to say. Don't worry, Xiao Wu is very safe. Lin Feng smiled. He could sense that Xiao Wu should have passed the test because the trident's energy was surging toward Xiao Wu. There were countless blue threads connecting the two, strengthening Xiao Wu's body. Whoosh! Suddenly, the blue energy on Xiao Wu's body gathered into a ball and exploded. The blue energy turned into a blue ripple with Xiao Wu as the center and floated throughout the entire sea god's palace. Everyone could clearly feel that Xiao Wu's aura was increasing. A few seconds later, Xiao Wu slowly descended from the sky and said with joy, I passed the test. I'm already at rank 87. Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly asked, Xiao Wu, what was the situation with the test just now? Why are you done so quickly? After all, Zhu Zhuqing's test was the same as Xiao Wu's. Now that Xiao Wu had passed, she wanted to know the situation. Wait a moment, my notification is here. With that, Xiao Wu also heard the notification that the test was completed. You have completed the 7th of the 7 tests. You have relied on your extremely high comprehension ability to comprehend the test left behind by the sea god and passed the test perfectly. You have obtained red rank authority on the sea god's island. You are rewarded with rank 3 soul power, and all your soul rings have been increased by 5,000 years. As you have reached a bottleneck after completing the test, you are hereby rewarded with an additional God-bestowed soul ring. With that, Xiao Wu's aura quickly rose and reached rank 90 in an instant. At the same time, a red light spread out from her body and a God-bestowed soul ring appeared on her hand. I'm level 90. As long as I absorb this God-bestowed soul ring, I'll be able to become a titled Douluo. Xiao Wu's face was filled with joy. That was the legendary titled battle pet warrior, Douluo. It was hard to believe that Su Ping had reached the titled battle pet warrior so easily. But then again, Xiao Wu still had a God-bestowed soul ring that she hadn't used. Now that she had obtained another one, she wouldn't be able to use both of them. Ha ha ha. I am about to become a titled battle pet warrior. Duh. Xiao Wu laughed and walked toward them. Lin Feng patted Xiao Wu's head and said, "Look at how happy you are. So what if you're titled as Douluo? It's not the end. You still have to work harder. Still, congratulations on reaching level 90. That's not easy. That's right. That's a titled battle pet warrior. Although we haven't seen it before, Xiao Wu has become a titled battle pet warrior. We have to celebrate later." Ning Rongrong laughed. Zhu Zhuqing also congratulated her. "Xiao Wu, congratulations." Tang San held Xiao Wu's hand and said, "The next goal is level 99. Let's work hard together. Good luck." Xiao Wu gradually calmed down. Then, she said to Zhu Zhuqing, "Take Shi, after I held the trident, it was as if I entered a dream. I had to fight with a few enemies. I just had to defeat them. The test was very simple. I didn't even have an invincible golden body, so I could easily defeat them." In order to reassure Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu added, "The people inside are really weak. You can defeat them easily." "I see. It's a different kind of test. It doesn't seem difficult. Take Shi will definitely pass," Ning Rongrong said with a smile. "Take Shi, good luck. I believe you will pass." Lin Feng gave Zhu Zhuqing an encouraging look. "Yes, I will definitely pass." After being encouraged by Lin Feng, Zhu Zhuqing was full of confidence. Without wasting any time, he walked to the side of the trident and grabbed it with both hands. In the next second, she was enveloped by a blue light, just like Xiao Wu. She floated in the air. Everyone waited quietly. With Xiao Wu's previous performance, they didn't panic at all. Poseidon's face was very calm. During the test, she didn't say a word, nor did she do anything. Her goal was to reduce her influence as much as possible and prevent everyone from failing the test. Zhu Zhuqing's test time was shorter than Xiao Wu's. After about 10 minutes, she opened her eyes. "Take Shi succeeded," Xiao Wu said with a smile. She could see that Takechi's current situation was exactly the same as hers. It was obvious that he had passed the test. As expected, as soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, the blue light on Zhu Zhuqing's body gathered together and resonated with Poseidon's trident. Soon, as the blue light exploded, Zhu Zhuqing landed on the ground. "I'm at level 80. Although the words were short, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't hide the smile on his face. At the same time, the notice of the test also reached Zhu Zhuqing's ears. "You have completed the 7th of the 7 tests. With your extremely high comprehension ability, you comprehended the test left behind by the sea god and passed the test perfectly. You have obtained the red rank authority of the sea god's island. You are rewarded with 3 ranks of soul power and 5,000 years of soul ring age. Because you have reached a bottleneck after completing the test, you are specially rewarded with 1 additional soul ring." Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu's tests were the same, so their rewards were the same. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing also had 2 soul rings. "Congratulations, Take Shi. Your reward should be the same as mine, right?" Xiao Wu asked. "That's right." Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "Then you're at level 80 now. If you absorb a soul ring, it will definitely be 100,000-year soul ring. When that time comes, you'll probably reach level 83. With the 3 ranks of the reward, won't you be at level 86? It won't be long before you become Douluo," Xiao Wu said with envy. "That should be the case." Zhu Zhuqing smiled. "Xiao Wu, I'll catch up to you soon." Ning Rongrong couldn't help but say enviously, "The two of you are too good." The The test itself gave you a rank increase. Now, with the rewards, you've directly increased 4 ranks. That's too good. Unlike the 2 of them who comprehended the sea god's trident, Ning Rongrong's 7th test was to pull out the trident with support Tang San. This support obviously wouldn't increase Ning Rongrong's strength directly, so she was very envious. Don't be envious. Now that Take Chi and Xiao will have completed their 7th test, you and Xiao San can start to pull out the sea god's trident, Lin Feng said. All right. Ning Rongrong nodded and immediately summoned the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. After that, she urged Tang San, "Third brother, quickly go and pull out this divine weapon for me. I'm about to become Douluo." Okay. After replying, Tang San rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the sea god's trident. Ning Rongrong didn't hesitate at all. She immediately activated her martial soul true body and used all her soul skills on Tang San. Tang San also summoned his blue-silver emperor and clear sky hammer. At the same time, he released his martial soul true body and adjusted himself to his best state. After all, this was the sea god's divine weapon. It was too powerful. To be safe, he had to give it his all. "Rise!" as he shouted. Tang San took a big step forward and grabbed the sea god's trident with both hands. At this moment, Tang San felt a boundless warmth in his hands. The trident seemed to be alive and was transmitting an excited message to him. On Tang San's forehead, the golden trident insignia shone with a dazzling golden light that shone on the sea god's trident. "It's so hot." At this moment, Tang San felt as if he was touching a red-hot soldering iron. He subconsciously wanted to let go of the trident. However, Tang San knew that if he let go of the trident, he would fail the test. Therefore, he didn't slack off at all. He circulated his soul power furiously, and his hands turned white as he unleashed the mysterious jade hands. "It's so heavy." Tang San felt that the sea god's trident was just like the heavy silver pillar from before. It was too heavy. Even if he used all his strength, he could only slowly pull out. Suddenly, Tang San's 24 moonlit bridges flashed with a dazzling blue light. "What's that?" "The vast sea cosmic shroud." This was the Heaven Do Empire's divine weapon. When everyone left Heaven Do City a year ago, Shueqinga had given it to Tang San. Lin Feng had told Tang San that it was best not to touch this thing, so he didn't bother with it. He didn't expect it to react with the sea god's trident today. Just as Tang San was in a daze, the vast sea cosmic shroud turned into a diamond-shaped gem. Then, it turned into a streak of light and drilled into the sea god's trident. Ding! Following a crisp sound, the sea god's trident shone with a dazzling golden light that illuminated the entire sea god's palace. That wasn't all. The golden light broke through the roof of the palace and illuminated the entire sky. Tang San roared. Taking advantage of the explosion of energy, he exerted force with both hands and pulled the sea god's trident out. At that moment, the sea god's trident vibrated violently. It sounded like a dragon's roar. The golden light enveloped Tang San completely and illuminated everything around him. On the sea god's island, the 7 holy pillars shone with a dazzling golden light. They turned into pillars of light and gathered above the sea god's palace. At that moment, the sea god's huge projection appeared in the sky. It was majestic and holy. As if they sensed something, the residents of the sea god's island came out and bowed in the direction of the projection. The 7 holy pillar guardians also bowed to the sea god with reverence. Even Bai Sai, Shi's eyes were shining with respect and passion. Not only the people, but the sea around the sea god's island could also sense the sea god's aura. At that moment, the rolling waves calmed down. Countless members of the sea tribe and sea spirit beasts bowed in the direction of the sea god's island. On the stairs of the sea god's mountain, Dai Mubai and the others were still climbing. They were all smiling when they saw this. This aura must have been created by the 3rd brother or Feng Ge. It's too strong. A few of them were envious. The sea god's projection lasted for about 10 seconds. After that, it slowly dissipated. The golden light also faded away. In the sea goddess hall, Everyone looked at the godlike Tang San, whose forehead was shining with golden light, with smiles on their faces. Wow! The third brother pulled it out. He's so strong. Ning Rongrong shouted excitedly. At that moment, she heard the announcement that she had passed the test. Just like Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's rewards. Not only did she obtain a red rank authorization, she also obtained a rank 3 soul power and a 5,000-year soul ring. Similarly, she had also obtained an additional soul ring bestowed by the gods because she had reached a bottleneck. On Tang San's side, he had also obtained a reward. You have completed the 7th test of the Sea God's 9 tests. You have successfully pulled out the Sea God Trident. Your Sea God's affinity is at 15%. Your current affinity is at 99%. At the same time, you have received any part of the Sea God's Trident. You now have the right to use it. As usual, Lin Feng appeared beside Tang San to isolate him from the Sea God's affinity. The Sea God's Trident has been dormant for too long. Now that it has reappeared, it's amazing. Po Ziti could not help but exclaim. She was not allowed to speak during the test. However, the Sea God's Trident had reappeared, and the Sea God's projection had also appeared. Po Ziti was so excited that she could not help but express her feelings. The Sea God's Trident is strong. It's stronger than any weapon I've ever seen. No wonder it's a god's weapon, Tang Sen exclaimed. As a skilled blacksmith, Tang Sen could easily tell how strong the Sea God's Trident was. It was too strong. He felt that he could easily kill an average titled battle pet warrior like Douluo. That was right. Just like Seahorse Douluo, Tang San believed that if he used all his strength, he could kill Douluo in an instant. It was not that he looked down on Seahorse Douluo. It was just that Tang San did not have any other weapons to use as a reference. Therefore, he immediately thought of Douluo. The Sea God's Trident was a weapon that belonged to the Sea God in the past. However, it was not the weapon itself that was strong. It was the divine energy that was contained within. Before the Sea God ascended to the divinity, he had injected a large amount of divine energy into the trident. It was because of this divine energy that the trident was so powerful. Of course, the Sea God's weapon is strong. Poseidi's eyes were filled with fanaticism. Third brother, I want to touch it. Ning Rongrong could not help but ask in anticipation when she saw how handsome Tang San looked with the Sea God's trident. Hearing this, Po Ziti quickly said, "The Sea God's trident weighs 108,000 pounds. Even I have a hard time holding it. Ordinary people should not touch it." However, her words were clearly a little too late. Ning Rongrong had already grabbed the Sea God's trident. Tang San had also let go of it. Seeing how easily Tang San was holding it, Ning Rongrong thought that it was not heavy at all. She did not expect that as soon as she held it, the overwhelming pressure pressed down on her and pushed her back. Ning Rongrong was not Xiao Wu. She did not have invincibility or teleportation. She was pushed back by the Sea God's trident. As for Tang San, he had used all his strength to pull out the Sea God's trident. Now that his martial soul true body had disappeared, he was completely exhausted and could not react in time. Oh no! Everyone's expression changed. Xiao Wu wanted to save him. However, the Sea God's trident was too fast. It was too late. At this critical moment, Lin Feng appeared beside Ning Rongrong in a flash. He gently pulled Ning Rongrong away with his left hand. At the same time, he reached out with his right hand and lifted the Sea God's trident easily. Po Ziti. Chapter 507. Just a second ago, Poseidon had said that the Neptune's trident was extremely heavy. It weighed more than 50,000 kilograms, and it would be difficult for her to lift it. In the next second, Lin Feng grabbed it with one hand and lifted it up with ease. It was shocking. Poseidon was not the only one who was shocked. Everyone else was shocked as well. After all, it was something that weighed 50,000 kilograms. It was too scary to lift it up with one hand. However, Tang San was slightly puzzled as he asked, "Is this trident really 50,000 Jin? I don't think it's that heavy." Poseidon said, "The reason why you can't feel its weight is because you have been recognized by the divine artifact. This Neptune's trident is as light as a feather to you. But if someone else were to lift it, It would weigh 108,000 kilograms. Lin Feng can lift it with one hand. He is really born with divine strength. The divine power of the gods is too kind. This thing is still very heavy. I also used all my strength to pick it up. With that, Lin Feng raised his right hand and threw the trident to Tang San. Xiao San catch. The 108,000 kilogram Neptune's trident turned into an arc and landed gently in Tang San's hands. Poseidon was speechless. Everyone was speechless. Did he use all his strength to lift it up? Judging from the way he tossed it, he obviously did not use all his strength. Did he think they were all blind? Although they were speechless, they still knew a little about Lin Feng's strength. After all, Lin Feng had lifted the heavy silver pillar that was even heavier than this divine artifact. Now that he had lifted the Neptune's trident, it was within their expectations. Lin Feng did not want them to dwell too much on this matter. He quickly changed the topic and said, "Senior, how do I do this 7th test? Do I just have to walk to the center?" Seeing that Lin Feng was asking about serious matters, Poseidon quickly said seriously, "That's right. You just have to walk to the center and release your light of the sea god after you're ready. The sea god's hall will automatically activate the test." Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled. Without hesitation, he leaped past Tang San and came to the center of the circular platform, where the Neptune's trident was. The light of the sea god was a little strange, and the pressure was very strong. Lin Feng immediately used his soul skills to enhance his body. He also activated his martial soul, true body, and his entire body glowed with faint rainbow light. "Fengge!" Xiao Wu shouted. Lin Feng smiled. When he was at his peak, he released his light of the god of the sea. Instantly, the light of the light of the sea, the light of the light of the sea of the sea. Following this, the golden light did not retreat. Instead, it became more and more intense. Boundless golden light appeared and gathered towards Lin Feng. If someone was outside the ring-shaped sea, they would be able to see that the golden light of the entire sea god's mountain was gathering towards the sea god's hall. Not only that, but the 7 holy pillars on the sea god's island also shone with golden light again. They were gathering towards the sea god's hall. At this moment, the boundless golden light engulfed the sea god's hall. To be precise, it was surging towards Lin Feng. "The test has begun. I hope he can hold on," Poseidon muttered. Poseidon was very clear about the strength of the sea god's island. That strength could easily kill a tidal Douluo. What Lin Feng was enduring right now was this kind of power, and it would last for a minute. Although it was difficult, as long as he could hold on, he would gain a lot of benefits. After all, this was the strength of the entire sea god's island. It was very effective in tempering one's soul power. Furthermore, it would also temper one's body. The golden light turned into layers of turbulent waves that kept crashing towards the round platform. Finally, it was transformed in front of an invisible barrier. Finally, it turned into a stream of light that charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was at the center of the waves, felt as if the golden light was hammering his body. It was not just his body on the surface. Even his spiritual power and soul power were being hammered. Is this the strength of divine power? It was completely different from soul power. Even if Lin Feng resisted with all his might, he could not completely block out the continuous impact. 1 minute. Lin Feng had thought that this test would be very easy. However, it was a little difficult. Not only did Lin Feng use an amplification soul skill, but he also used Life Bloom. Otherwise, it would consume too much soul power to resist the impact of divine power. He had to recover quickly. But then again, although it was difficult for Lin Feng to resist the impact of divine power, it was also very effective in tempering his body. As the impact of divine power grew longer, Lin Feng discovered that his spiritual power was becoming more condensed. At the same time, his soul power was also becoming more condensed. There was also a feeling of transformation in his body. After half a minute, Lin Feng discovered that his soul power had unknowingly broken through to rank 90. His soul power had also become much more condensed than before. It was equivalent to half a year of tempering his soul power. These 2 points were actually secondary. The main benefit that Lin Feng gained was that the divine power was a kind of tempering of his body. His entire body was continuously being strengthened. This was very helpful in increasing his overall strength. Because he was already strong enough and the system couldn't directly strengthen his body, Lin Feng's tempering of his body had reached a bottleneck. For a long time, Lin Feng's body could only be strengthened by increasing his soul rings. But now, without the enhancement of his soul rings, his body's quality was increasing on its own. Lin Feng loved the impact of divine power. Although it was a little painful, his face was full of smiles. Fenggu is so strong. He can still smile under such a huge impact. I feel like I'll be torn to pieces as soon as I go in, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Hearing this, Xiao Wu said proudly, That's Fenggu we're talking about. He's invincible. This kind of small test is nothing to Fenggu. Although there was a hint of flattery in her words, Xiao Wu was speaking the truth. Lin Feng's performance was too strong. He had never encountered anything that he couldn't do. Very soon, a minute passed. The endless golden waves receded, and the sea god's palace returned to its dark state. However, there was still a golden light lingering on Lin Feng's forehead. The trident's insignia shone brightly and looked very holy. You have completed the 7th of the sea god's 9 tests. You have perfectly withstood the impact of the light of the sea god. Your affinity with the sea god has increased by 30%. Your current affinity with the sea god is at 99%. Because you have reached a bottleneck after completing the test, you have received an additional God-bestowed soul ring. It wasn't just a notification about the test. Very soon, a notification from the system came. Ding! After a difficult tempering, the host has withstood the impact of the light of the sea god. His body strength has increased greatly. Experience plus 248624815. Not only did he receive a God-bestowed soul ring, but he also received more than 200 million experience points. This 7th test was too good for Lin Feng. Congratulations on passing the 7th test of the sea god's 7 tests. Your strength has reached a bottleneck, Positi said with a smile. She then jumped up and arrived at the back of the sea god's temple. Not long after, Positi came back with a God-bestowed soul ring. This was a gift from the sea god's island. Lin Feng's strength had reached a bottleneck, so he had received a God-bestowed soul ring. This soul ring was independent of the one Lin Feng had received in the test. They didn't conflict, so Lin Feng had received 2 God-bestowed soul rings at once. This was simply too satisfying. This is what you deserve. Poseidon smiled as he handed over the God-given soul ring. She didn't know exactly what Lin Feng's level was. She only knew that he had reached a bottleneck because she had sensed it after the God-bestowed soul ring. Although she didn't know, she could figure out the situation just by guessing. Lin Feng clearly couldn't have reached rank 100. Furthermore, he was Xiao Wu and Tang San's brother. He was obviously stronger than Soul Douluo. Therefore, it was easy to conclude that Lin Feng had just reached rank 90. Speaking of which, when Lin Feng lifted the sea god's trident, he was only Soul Douluo's strength. In other words, Positi, a rank 99 titled Douluo, was weaker than Soul Douluo. This was a huge blow to Positi. However, Lin Feng and Tang San were both chosen by the sea god to be his successor. They must have their own special abilities. Her depression only lasted for a few seconds. Soon, Poseidon regained her composure. Now that you've completed the 7th test and have reached a bottleneck, you should hurry up and absorb the God-bestowed soul ring and increase your strength. Positi smiled. Positi didn't need to say this. Everyone knew that what they needed to do now was to absorb the God-bestowed soul ring. Lin Feng shouted, "Let's go and absorb the God-bestowed soul ring. After we become stronger, Xiao San and I will take the 8th test." As soon as he finished speaking, Positi said, "The last 3 tests of the sea god are different from the previous tests. They are not issued by me. They are received by themselves. If I'm not mistaken, you should have received the contents of the test by now." Hearing this, Lin Feng and Tang San were stunned. Then, they quickly focused on the golden trident on their foreheads. After a while, the two opened their eyes at the same time. Then, they looked at each other. It's true. My 8th test is out. Tang San asked. Feng Ge, my 8th test is to become a titled Douluo and collect all the soul bones. What about you? Mine is similar, Lin Feng said with a smile, but there's an additional restriction. Soul bones must be at least 50,000 years old. Hearing this, Tang San heaved a sigh of relief and said, Fortunately, I don't have such a restriction. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. Previously, Tang San had absorbed a soul bone less than 50,000 years old. If there was such a requirement, he would have broken down. But now, there was much less pressure. Soul bones were nothing. The most important thing was one's soul power rank. This required time to improve. Now, Tang San's soul power rank was 84. He was still far from becoming a titled Douluo. If he cultivated, it would take half a year. Ning Rongrong said that's collecting all the soul bones in the body. It's too difficult to find different parts. I can't believe you guys are still laughing. Zhu Zhuqing added, That's right. The production of soul bones is not something we can control. It's too difficult to collect all the soul bones in a year. At this moment, Po Ziti said, Oh right, your 8th test is not 1 year. It's 5 years. So it's 5 years. Then there's no need to panic. Xiao Wu said casually, In 5 years, Feng Ge will probably become a god, let alone the 8th test. Po Ziti was speechless. This little girl was so young, but she knew how to brag. Lin Feng had just reached rank 90. If he could become a god in 5 years, Po Ziti would not believe it, not even if the god of the sea was reincarnated. This was because she clearly knew that after a titled Douluo reached rank 95, the amount of time needed to advance every rank would increase exponentially. It would take too long. In 5 years, Lin Feng might be able to reach rank 95 with the help of the god of the sea. But if he wanted to become a god, it would be wishful thinking. Po Ziti complained in her mind, but she did not say a word. All right, stop bragging here. Let's go. Lin Feng clapped his hands, ending everyone's flattery. Feng Ge, you can do it, right? Xiao Wu winked mischievously. You talk too much. A strike landed on Xiao Wu's head, causing her to cry out loudly. After a bit of laughter, everyone left the Po Ziti palace, accompanied by Po Ziti. By now, Lin Feng and Tang San had passed the 7th test of the god of the sea. They were basically half a god now. In terms of status, they were much higher than Po Ziti. Therefore, Po Ziti was very respectful to Lin Feng and Tang San. Let's stop here. Lin Feng waved his hand at Po Ziti. With that, he led everyone to the empty space at the foot of the Sea God Mountain. At this moment, because of everyone's appearance, the 4 people who were climbing the stairs all came down. They talked to Lin Feng and asked about the test just now. At the same time, they also talked about what they saw and heard outside, talking about the sea god's projection and the golden light. At first, it was okay, but as they talked, Ning Rongrong told them about the rewards they received. Ma Hongjun and the others all looked as if they had eaten lemons. It was too sour. Rank 3 soul power and a 5,000-year soul ring. Such a huge improvement, and an additional soul ring from the god. These rewards were so much better than theirs. It would be strange if they were not jealous. Even Xue Qinghe, who was mentally prepared, became jealous when he heard this. Other than jealousy, the other hot topic of everyone's discussion was, of course, the sea god's trident. After all, it was a weapon used by the sea god, and it was extremely heavy. With endless curiosity, everyone touched the sea god's trident. At the same time, they tried to pick it up. For a moment, it was very lively, and there was laughter everywhere. Chapter 508. While they were fooling around, everyone was also recovering. After 2 hours, everyone had recovered to their peak condition. All right, get ready to break through. Lin Feng waved his hand. Other than Lin Feng, only Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing had reached a bottleneck. Hearing this, the 3 of them immediately took out their god-bestowed soul rings and sat down cross-legged. I envy you guys. You guys have 2 god-bestowed soul rings. You don't have to hunt soul beasts anymore. Ma Hongjun said enviously. Envy my ass. I even wasted a god-bestowed soul ring. It's the same as you guys. I only have one. Xiaowu said gloomily. If she had used her god-bestowed soul ring when she reached rank 80, her 8th soul ring would have been a 100,000-year one. Of course, there was nothing bad about it now. With the reward of the 7th test, Xiaowu's 8th soul ring was also a 100,000-year one. Speaking of which, the reason for this situation was mainly because Lin Feng didn't know that one would receive an additional god-bestowed soul ring when they reached a bottleneck and completed the test. Furthermore, during the previous test, many people had reached a bottleneck, but the god-bestowed soul ring still wasn't given. Therefore, this should be a benefit that only the 6th test and above could receive. After all, Bai Saishi had said that the first 6 tests were for the Great Consecrator and the Holy Pillar Protectors. From his 7th test onwards, the Sea God had given the test directly. The two weren't on the same level at all, so there was such a huge gap. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly said, Xiao Wu, give me the other God-bestowed soul ring. I want to study it. Previously, Lin Feng didn't understand God's power, so he didn't understand what a God-bestowed soul ring was. However, after such a long period of observation and the impact of the Sea God's light, he had a better understanding of God's power. If he studied this God-bestowed soul ring, he could use it himself. Feng Gu, here you go. Xiao Wu threw it over without hesitation. Oscar, who was at the side, asked, Feng Gu, this is something bestowed by God. Can it be studied? He was quite sensitive to the word research, so he immediately thought of a lot of things. Let's do some research. I don't have much confidence either. Lin Feng laughed. If we can study it thoroughly, soul masters might not have to hunt soul beasts to absorb soul rings anymore. Although Lin Feng was confident that he could absorb it himself, to be honest, Lin Feng was more curious about the theory behind God-bestowed soul rings than directly absorbing them. He really wanted to research it. If he could reconstruct its principles and realize it on the Douluo continent, Lin Feng's meritorious deeds would be immeasurable, and all the soul masters in Douluo's world would sing praises of his meritorious deeds. They would even develop faith in him. Furthermore, not only soul masters, but those soul beasts with intelligence would also be grateful to Lin Feng. Because of his invention, soul beasts and soul masters would no longer be enemies, and there would be a chance for them to coexist peacefully. Lin Feng felt that this vision was incomparably great just by thinking about it. With the faith of all the soul masters, the power of faith would be so immense that condensing a deity position would probably be a piece of cake. There would even be a lot more power of faith, and when the time came, he could even share it with others. Of course, all of this was just Lin Feng's fantasy at the moment. There was still a long way to go before his dream could come true. No need to hunt soul beasts? Is this true? Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. As a human formed from soul beasts, Xiao Wu was exceptionally concerned about soul beasts. Now that she heard Lin Feng's words, her eyes were filled with little stars. Dai Mubai was a little surprised. Does this mean that we can create our own soul rings? Are you serious? It can't be, right? Everyone else was shocked. I already said that I'm going to try. At the moment, I don't know what I'll discover. If we're lucky, we might not have to hunt soul beasts in the future. Lin Feng said helplessly. However, he could understand everyone's feelings. After all, this kind of news was simply too shocking. At this moment, Tang San suddenly said, if Feng Gu really manages to discover something, we won't sell it for gold coins. We'll sell it for contribution points. This way, our Soul Master Alliance will never decline. Hearing this, Lin Feng exclaimed, good guy. Tang San is too smart. He's an old capitalist. If this continues, the Soul Master Alliance will be invincible in the entire Douluo world as long as they ensure that their technology doesn't leak. Third brother is so smart, Ning Rongrong said with a smile. Previously, the Soul Master Alliance has been promoting contribution points. They relied on the new technology in the laboratory and the cultivation methods that Feng Gu created previously. This has already solidified the position of contribution points. However, it's still far from being comparable to a Soul Master's soul ring. As long as the Soul Master Alliance has a Soul Master Soul Ring, the Alliance will be immortal in the future. The Seven Treasures Glaze sect was the most profitable sect on the Douluo continent. As the daughter of the sect master, Ning Rongrong had some economic knowledge. Therefore, when Tang Xin said this, Ning Rongrong understood. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing also had some understanding of this. After hearing Ning Rongrong's words, they also understood. As for the others, because of their limited knowledge, they were still a little confused. They knew that if this man-made soul ring was really created, it would definitely be very awesome. They also knew that contribution points would be awesome as well. However, they didn't understand the core relationship between the two. Regarding this, Lin Feng didn't have any intention of explaining. He directly said with a smile, "All right, these are all things for the future. Furthermore, we're not sure yet. Let's talk about it after the research. The most important thing now is to absorb the soul ring." Yes. Absorbing the soul ring is the most important thing. Soon, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing quickly absorbed the God-bestowed soul ring. The others formed a circle to protect the three of them. As for Lin Feng, after seeing that the three of them had already started absorbing the soul ring, he slowly sat down and took out his own God-bestowed soul ring. There were a total of 3. 2 were his, and 1 was Xiao Wu's. He grabbed all of them at once. For this absorption, Lin Feng didn't plan to add the soul ring to the immeasurable flower. He didn't want to reach the level of a titled Douluo. This was because after reaching the titled Douluo level, the experience he gained from exchanging pointers with others would definitely decrease. This wasn't something he wanted to see. Therefore, he was prepared to add the soul ring to the 1,000 trickery ruler. At the same time, he wanted to carefully feel the principles behind the God-bestowed soul ring. This would lay a foundation for future research. Thinking of this, Lin Feng grabbed one of the God-bestowed soul rings and directly poured his soul power into it. In the next second, the God-bestowed soul ring released a dazzling golden light that enveloped Lin Feng. At the same time, a special kind of energy surged into Lin Feng's body. From the outside, it looked like circles of golden light were converging towards Lin Feng. Other than that, there weren't many energy fluctuations. The other 3 were in a similar state. They were enveloped by the misty golden light, and energy was surging into their bodies. There aren't any movements around the 4 of them. Clearly, there isn't any leakage of energy. This God-bestowed soul ring is really strong. Oscar exclaimed. Not only that, did you guys notice that the source of the energy isn't from the outside? It's from the golden light. It should be emitted by the God-bestowed soul ring itself, Tang San said in amazement. Other than Xue Qinghe, everyone had a God-bestowed soul ring. They could sense that there wasn't much energy in it. However, it was able to continuously release a lot of golden light. It was very strange. As for the reason, there were only 2 possibilities. First, there was a lot of energy in the God-bestowed soul ring. However, Tang San and the others weren't strong enough. Therefore, they couldn't discover the true energy contained in it. Second, there wasn't much energy in the God-bestowed soul ring. The current energy was supplied through a special channel. However, because their level wasn't high enough, they couldn't discover it. This was all the information that everyone could observe and guess. The reason why they deliberately observed it was actually because of Lin Feng's instructions. After all, there were only a few God-bestowed soul rings. If Lin Feng wanted to study it clearly, he had to grasp all the circumstances. When the time came, Lin Feng would be confident in studying the God-bestowed soul ring thoroughly by combining all the information that he had learned. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was inside the golden halo, wasn't idling around. He slowly absorbed the energy in the God-bestowed soul ring. He carefully sensed the energy's trajectory and how it worked. In fact, if Lin Feng wanted to, he could speed up the absorption and let the soul ring's age break through the 100,000-year mark. However, he didn't do that. Instead, he slowly absorbed it bit by bit. This way, he could understand the source of the energy more clearly and how it worked. If he didn't remember wrongly, Poseidon said that the strength of the God-bestowed soul ring depended on one's willpower and physique. As long as one could withstand it, There was no upper limit to the strength of the final soul ring. Even 100,000-year soul ring could be achieved. When Poseidon said 100,000-year soul ring, it was probably based on their situation. Lin Feng was more concerned about the fact that there was no upper limit. Lin Feng felt that he should be able to withstand a 700,000-year soul ring. However, he would only know if it was more or less after he absorbed it. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 30,000 years, time passed bit by bit. The age of the soul ring that Lin Feng absorbed became higher and higher. However, there was no joy on his face. This was because he still hadn't made any crucial discoveries. After about half an hour of observation, Lin Feng realized that the energy didn't come from the God-bestowed soul ring itself. Instead, it was channeled in through a special channel. If he had to think about it, Lin Feng felt like he had been struck by the light of the sea god in the sea god's palace. It was clearly the light of the sea god that gathered around him. However, when it passed through that invisible barrier, it turned into a special force of impact. The principle behind this conversion was the same as the God-bestowed soul ring. It was a little baffling. Lin Feng had no idea how it was done. While he was amazed, he was also very curious. He could feel that as long as he could decipher this principle, man-made soul rings would no longer be empty talk. However, no matter how Lin Feng tried to sense it, he couldn't discover anything special. The God-bestowed soul ring gave Lin Feng the feeling that it was generating energy out of thin air. What exactly was that special channel? How was the energy converted? It shouldn't be. How could he not discover anything? Just as Lin Feng was thinking hard, he suddenly had an idea. I've got it. Lin Feng thought of an idea. Actually, it couldn't be considered an idea because it was very brainless. He wanted to quickly absorb the energy and see if he could empty the energy in the God-bestowed soul ring. When there was no energy left, he should be able to discover some flaws. Originally, Lin Feng thought that the stronger the God-bestowed soul ring, the better. It would be best if he could directly obtain a million-year soul ring. But now he hoped that there would be a limit to this God-bestowed soul ring, because this way he would have a greater chance of understanding its principle. After all, this principle was too important. As long as he could understand it, the power of faith, experience, and so on would all come. Compared to this, a million-year soul ring suddenly didn't seem so important. Just as he was thinking about this, Lin Feng stopped his slow absorption of the soul ring. Instead, he suddenly sped up and the soul ring's age soared. 50,000 years, 80,000 years, 100,000 years. In an instant, the soul ring reached 100,000 years. Moreover, it didn't stop there. The energy continued to surge out, and the soul ring's age continued to soar. In the eyes of Tang San and the rest outside, the golden light on Lin Feng's side was suddenly more than 10 times more dazzling than before. Xiao Wu and the rest golden light was incomparably dim in front of Lin Feng's light. Fengge is indeed Fengge. He's so powerful even after absorbing a God-bestowed soul ring. Oscar muttered, "That's right. This golden light is too dazzling. It feels like it's at least 100,000 years." As he said that, Ma Hongjun smiled and asked, "Guess, how old is Feng Ji's last soul ring?" 150,000 years. Dai Mubai raised his eyebrows. "I think it's more than that. It's at least 160,000 years." Oscar laughed. "Bullshit. I think you guys are looking down on Fengge. With Feng Ji's strength, it's at least 200,000 years." Ma Hongjun said with certainty. To be honest, he didn't have any concept of a 200,000-year soul ring. He also didn't think that there were soul beasts above 200,000 years in the world. However, when it came to bragging about Fengge, he had to brag a little higher. Otherwise, he would be slapped in the face when the time came. "So high? Can it really reach that level?" Xue Qinghe asked doubtfully. "Of course." Tang San's eyes were full of confidence. "It might be more than that. I think Feng Ji's soul ring will be at least 300,000 years. A 300,000-year soul ring. Everyone didn't have any concept of it. However, Tang Sin felt that as long as there was no limit to the God-bestowed soul ring, it could really reach 300,000 years. After all, Lin Feng had created too many miracles. Previously, he was even able to easily throw the sea god's trident away. This kind of physical fitness was simply outrageous. Coupled with his powerful spiritual power, a 300,000-year soul ring wasn't a big problem at all. Chapter 509. Although everyone thought highly of Lin Feng, they were still shocked when Tang San said 300,000 years. After all, they couldn't imagine a soul ring of this level because it was too far away from them. Just as everyone was exclaiming in the sea god's palace, where Lin Feng guessed that there was a formation, the sea god's light was rapidly condensing. Lin Feng's guess was right. There was a super large formation below the sea god's palace. It was built before the sea god ascended to the god realm and left behind a lot of divine power. After ascending to the god realm, the sea god could use this formation to communicate with Douluo's world and supply energy. Originally, the divine power left behind by the sea god before ascending was enough to support the candidates until they accepted his godly position. However, because Lin Feng was climbing the stairs crazily, his divine power was quickly consumed and the sea god replenished a lot. After all, the sea god's light on the stairs exerted pressure exponentially. Lin Feng needed a lot of pressure to climb up the stairs, so the sea god could only replenish his energy. Furthermore, Poseidon thought that after replenishing his energy once, he shouldn't have to worry about it for a long time. It should be enough to last until the two of them finished the 9 sea god tests. However, because Lin Feng had consumed a lot of divine power to absorb the god-bestowed soul ring, the sea god felt very depressed in the god realm. This guy's a monster, right? How can he absorb so much divine power? Although confused, the sea god didn't hesitate and continued to send more divine power to the lower realm. Because there was a huge barrier between the god realm and Douluo's world, the sea god's island didn't obtain much divine power in the end. However, Poseidon still consumed a lot of divine power in the god realm. Of course, this was nothing to the sea god. It was just a matter of waving his hand. More importantly, he was looking forward to Lin Feng's appearance when he became a god. Such a genius would be very outstanding after he became a god. At the same time, Lin Feng's speed of absorbing energy became faster and faster. Soon, he surpassed Tang San's prediction of 300,000 years. Then it went higher and higher. 500,000 years. 700,000 years. At this point, Lin Feng had already reached the age he had expected. And just as he thought, Lin Feng was already feeling a lot of pressure, but he hadn't reached his limit yet. Thinking about this, Lin Feng did not stop. Instead, he resisted the pressure and continued to absorb. 800,000 years. 900,000 years. 950,000 years. At this moment, Lin Feng could already feel the immense pressure. His breathing gradually became heavier, and he activated all his statuses to resist the immense pressure. All the bones in his body were creaking, and his forehead was covered with sweat. At this moment, Lin Feng felt as if there was a voice in his heart telling him, "Don't persist. 950,000 EXP is already very good. If you spend another billion EXP, you can reach the 1 million EXP level. If you stop now, you won't have to endure this pain." Lin Feng's heart wavered, but he quickly shook his head and continued to grit his teeth. This was because he knew that if he were to give up now, all his previous perseverance would be in vain. He wanted to squeeze out all the energy from this god-bestowed soul ring. In Lin Feng's estimation, this limit should be 990,000 EXP. After all, this was a rule of Douluo's world, just like the rank 99 title Douluo. Even a god-bestowed soul ring couldn't break this rule. As for why Lin Feng had 2 golden million-year soul rings, it was naturally because of the system. However, Lin Feng also felt that these million-year soul rings weren't real, as if they were only in appearance. This was because, logically speaking, only a god could have such a golden million-year soul ring. And with the power of a god, compared to a rank 99 title Douluo, it was overwhelming. However, in the previous battle, even if Lin Feng had 2 million-year soul rings, he could only barely resist the combination of BB Dong and Thousand Douluo. This feeling was as if a title Douluo was dealing with two rank 89 soul Douluo. This should be a one-sided suppression, but Lin Feng didn't feel that way now. Now, as Lin Feng's understanding of divine power increased, he realized that his 2 million-year soul rings were only in appearance. Only when he reached rank 100 or condensed his deity position would they truly produce divine power. At that time, his strength would crush all the soul masters on Douluo's continent. Thinking of this, Lin Feng resisted the pressure and absorbed the energy at a faster speed. 960,000, 970,000. After 5 minutes, Lin Feng finally absorbed 990,000 years of soul ring. At this time, Lin Feng finally saw the limit of this God-bestowed soul ring, which was 990,000 years. Just as he guessed, after 990,000 years, the God-bestowed soul ring no longer produced energy and looked like it was going to dissipate in an instant. At this moment, Lin Feng didn't have the time to care about the soul ring he had just absorbed. He supported his exhausted body and quickly observed the situation of the God-bestowed soul ring, trying his best to imprint everything in his mind. The structure of the God-bestowed soul ring, the trajectory of divine power, the hidden energy transmission channels, and so on, everything was exposed when the God-bestowed soul ring's energy was exhausted and dissipated. Lin Feng tried his best to remember everything in his mind before finally falling to the ground. Absorbing the 990,000-year soul ring had exhausted Lin Feng's physical strength, soul power, and spiritual power. Just now, in order to forcefully remember the situation when the God-bestowed soul ring dissipated, Lin Feng was almost completely exhausted at this moment. He only wanted to have a good sleep. "Fengge, are you okay?" Tang San and the rest immediately surrounded him and asked with concern. Lin Feng was the synonym of invincibility in their eyes. Now that they saw fatigue on his face, everyone was very surprised. "I'm fine, just a little tired. I'll be fine after a sleep." Lin Feng waved his hand. After saying that, he didn't stay there any longer. In a flash, he returned to the nearby room and instantly laid on the bed. He was really too tired. The world was big, but sleep was the most important thing. It didn't matter. He would talk about it after he finished sleeping. Just like that, Lin Feng quickly fell asleep. Outside, Tang San and the rest weren't too worried after hearing Lin Feng say that he was fine. It was just that Lin Feng left too quickly just now, so they didn't have time to record what they had just recorded. However, this wasn't urgent. Anyway, Fengge didn't run away. They could talk about it when the time came. Just like that, the few of them continued to protect Ning Rongrong and the rest, waiting for them to finish absorbing. It was noon now. They waited until sunset before Ning Rongrong was the first to wake up. "Haha, I finally have 100,000-year soul ring." As soon as she woke up, Ning Rongrong said with a face of excitement. Ning Rongrong's physical fitness was relatively not as strong as Ma Hongjun and the rest, but her willpower was very strong. In the end, she successfully absorbed 100,000-year soul ring. After laughing twice, she seemed to realize that Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were still absorbing. So she quickly closed her mouth and moved away from the two of them. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was also very tired, but she wasn't as exhausted as Lin Feng. Now, because she was too excited, she covered up her fatigue. "Rongrong, what's your 8th soul skill?" "It's 100,000-year soul skill. It must be very powerful." Oscar asked with a smile. "Of course." Ning Rongrong's face was full of pride. "My 8th soul skill is very powerful. It's called the 9 Treasures Divine Light Barrier. After using it, I'm immune to any soul skill below the 9th soul skill. Even if it's the 9th soul skill, I can withstand 9 attacks without being destroyed. In fact, it's almost invincible. When you fight in the future, you don't have to worry about me. This soul skill is a little too strong." Ma Hongjun exclaimed in surprise. Then he asked, "How long can you last?" Xiao Wu's invincible golden body could last for about 15 seconds. If Ning Rongrong could last longer, then this soul skill would be very powerful. After all, Resisting the ninth soul skill 9 times was no different from being invincible. In a battle, Douluo was already very powerful if he could use his ninth soul skill twice. Wait, let me feel it. With that, Ning Rongrong closed her eyes and carefully felt it. Then, she smiled and said, I can last for at least an hour. If I practice more in the future, I can extend it even longer. Also, I found that my divine light barrier can absorb other people's attacks and strengthen my defense. Strong. Too strong. As expected of the world's #1 auxiliary type, martial soul. This soul skill is simply invincible. Shuqinghao praised after hearing it. The effect of this soul skill was really ridiculous. Even Tang Sen nodded and said, among all the auxiliary type soul skills I've seen, yours is ranked #2. Number 2? Ma Hongjun was stunned and didn't understand. Shuqinghao asked, then who's #1? Who else can it be? Of course it's Feng Ge. Tang Sen laughed. Ning Rongrong also nodded and said, Feng Ge's recovery soul skill is too strong. He can heal an injury in a few seconds. His soul skill is #1 in the entire continent. I have to admit defeat. Yes, Feng Ge is too strong. Ma Hongjun came back to his senses and said. At this moment, Oscar suddenly asked, Rongrong, can your 8th soul skill only be used by yourself? Or can it be used on other people? If such a powerful soul skill could be used on a teammate, the effect would be incomparably terrifying. You're thinking too much. Of course, such a powerful soul skill can only be used by myself. Ning Rongrong continued, of course, if my control of soul power is stronger in the future, I can still use it on my teammates. However, the effect will be greatly reduced. In Lin Feng's theory, all soul skills could be changed or learned. Of course, because the compatibility between soul skills and one's martial soul was different, the control of soul power required was also higher. For Lin Feng, as long as he knew the principles behind other people's soul skills and martial souls, he could copy them. Furthermore, because of his own strength, the effect when he used them might be better than others. Just like Xiao Wu's invincible golden body, Lin Feng could also use it, but he had never used it. Another reason was that these soul skills belonged to others. When he used them, he had to use his soul power first before he could imitate them. This would take some time, and for a battle at Lin Feng's level, even a split second was a great opportunity for him. Therefore, he naturally chose to use his own soul skills that could be used instantly. It was also much easier to use them. Lin Feng's philosophy had been influencing Tang San and the others. When Ning Rongrong thought of this, she didn't say anything definite. What's the big deal? As long as we can block Douluo's 9th soul skill once, we will have a great advantage. Dai Mubai laughed. In a battle between two titled Douluo, one didn't have to care about anything, while the other had to defend. The outcome of the battle was basically decided. Xiao Wu was the best example. If she didn't have her invincible golden body, it was hard to say who would win when faced with a fully focused seahorse Douluo. That's true, but I don't know how much the effect will be reduced. Maybe the effect of blocking the 9th soul skill will disappear. Ning Rongrong gave them a heads up. Then, Ma Hongjun wanted to say something. Tang Sen suddenly said, look, Take Shi is about to finish absorbing. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked over and realized that the light on Zhu Zhuqing's body was gradually weakening. Soon, she revealed her figure. Take Shi, I see that you've been absorbing for a longer time than me, and your body is stronger than mine. Your final soul ring should be very strong, right? How old is it? Ning Rongrong asked with a smile. She estimated that Zhu Zhuqing's soul ring was at least the same as hers, which was 100,000-year soul ring. About 120,000 years, Zhu Zhuqing answered. That's 20,000 years more than mine. That's too strong, Ning Rongrong said with slight envy. Although the difference of tens of thousands of years wasn't that big after 100,000-year soul ring, it was still enviable. As they were talking, before Tang San and the others could ask about the situation, the golden light on Xiao Wu's side slowly dissipated behind them. Tang San was the first to notice it again. He said, Xiao Wu is coming out too. With Xiao Wu's physique, The soul ring she absorbs should be older, Dai Mubai said with a smile. That's for sure. I estimate that it will be at least 150,000 years. Oscar guessed. Just as they were talking, the light on Xiao Wu's side completely faded. Xiao Wu opened her eyes and saw everyone's faces full of anticipation. Xiao Wu, how old is your ninth soul ring? Ma Hongjun asked anxiously. Everyone was very curious at this moment. How old was Xiao Wu's soul ring? 190,000 years. Xiao Wu said with a look of pity. I really couldn't hold on just now. Otherwise, I would have had a chance to reach 200,000 years. Everyone, Xiao Wu was still not satisfied with a 190,000-year soul ring. After hearing this, everyone except Tang San was jealous. That kind of jealousy was like eating a lemon. Xiao Wu was too much of her sigh.